Friends, it is very good to see you again. Welcome back to the lab. I apologize for the delay in the uploads, but as you could probably tell by this video length, things got a little out of control. Before I start with my intro here, allow me a little bit of a foreword. You can probably tell that, yes, this video is very, very long. This video is my longest video to date and will probably stay the longest non-compilation video for the foreseeable future. While this video is designed with my long-form content enjoyers in mind, please don't get the impression that you have to sit through this whole thing at once. Some of you people are deranged and you'll probably end up doing it anyways, but every section in this video is time-stamped for your convenience. So feel free to come and go as you please. Some people like leaving a comment with where they stopped so they can just kind of come back and click on it. Or if you're going to sit through the whole thing at once, at least remember to drink water and take a piss break at some point. So after years of doing 40k lore, we are finally at the Badab War, one of the most famous and popular subcultures in the 40k scene. When I made my first obscure 40k lore video, Badab was one of the first reoccurring quests that I received a lot of in my comment section and for a few videos afterwards. Then it kind of sporadically sprinkled through the years, but it's always a name, for lack of a better word, that has haunted me. In truth, part of me didn't really feel like Badab really fit the series criteria that I was going for, with the goal of that series being to point the spotlight onto factions that I felt like you really didn't hear or see a lot of. Okay, sorry. The rack in our bathroom fell, and it made a really loud noise and scared the shit out of me, so I had to go make sure, the fucking shower didn't explode. But anyways, I felt like Badab really didn't fit the criteria of what I was going for. To me, Badab seemed pretty well known and popular from what I could see of the overall community, so I just put it off to the side in favor of subjects that were actually more obscure. Now, a few years later, the time has finally come to tackle this abhorrent beast, both as the long-awaited showdown of many years, but mostly for emotional closure. This project changed me. When it comes to covering the war, the video structure will unfold as such. The chapters will be covered in alphabetical order, with the Astral Claws section giving a broad overview of the major events, since they pretty much had their hands all over the story anyways. Then within each section, I'll cover both that chapter's role within the war and some miscellaneous engagements that are more notable to their individual histories. This video will not be a comprehensive series of events on the Badab War, but if you want a much more detailed, chronological, and detailed explanation of the war, I'll point you to this video made by Arbiter Ian. Not only is it very well made, researched, and is honestly leagues above anything what I'd be able to cover or present about the subject, it also already exists, so I'm saving both of us time. Go watch that video, then come back, please. For each chapter involved in the war, we'll be kitbashing, building, sculpting, and painting one mini for each chapter, which brings us to some very exciting news. Knowing that this would be a big project, I reached out to Tortuga Bay Studios, one of the best third-party bits for true-scale Terminator and Firstborn kits, and they agreed to sponsor the video. If you are a Firstborn kit enjoyer, Tortuga is pretty much in a league of their own, having classic multi-part kits for pretty much every armor pattern that isn't Primaris Mark X. If you're more of a Terminator fan, well, you're in luck as well, because Tortuga has a metric shit ton of Terminator bits. And Tortuga was kind enough to send me multiple Terminator kits and base toppers to use in today's video. Yes, that is right, as opposed to regular Marines, we are treating ourselves today with Terminator conversions. I'm very grateful that Tortuga Bay agreed to provide the minis for today's models, and I certainly tried my best to make them all look as good as possible. They were also kind enough to provide me with a discount code, but I had planned to release that code when this video released, but that was before I realized that the video would drag on for so long. And by the time this video comes out, that code will have been expired, so you're welcome. Yeah, I know, it's not soda. It's like 6:30 in the morning. I need a little something. Another special shout out goes to creator of this video's thumbnail, ChumiiCham. Chumi is known as the guy who draws all of those Space Marines dressed as maids, and has done fan art for my custom chapters, including the Knights of Gold and the Vigilators. I reached out to him, and thankfully, he agreed to whip up this beautiful, beautiful art piece for me. We're even using it as the background for today instead of my usual waifu. I may have forgotten to tell him that I was doing Terminators, but in my defense, I gave Tortuga like 2 options, like, hey, do you want me to do Firstborn or Terminator stuff? And that's when I reached out to Chumi, and he was like, yeah, let me make this art piece. And he was like halfway done with it, and then Tortuga was like, I think we want to do Terminators. So I'm just saying it's not entirely my fault. It's just mostly my fault. It's mostly my fault. Sorry. But honestly, I don't even really give a shit, because this picture is fucking awesome. So I ask that you please go check out his Twitter and show my favorite Chilean queen some much needed love. On the subject of artists, a lot of my videos, and a lot of lore videos in general, just use a lot of art from a plethora of artists from around public websites. In the bottom right-ish of the screen, like not quite here, but like here. In the bottom right of the screen, I've taken a lot of effort to ensure that about 95% of all the art that is shown on screen is sourced to their original artists. If that little area is blank, that means it's either official Games Workshop that I couldn't source, or I just couldn't source it. It occurred to me that a lot of 40k lore videos don't credit the art that they use, and I realized that there's nobody holding a gun to the video creator's head, but I've been trying to do more of it on the channel in the hopes of giving these artists more visibility. And I don't know, it feels like if I'm going to use their art, it's like the least I could do. Maybe point some people to checking out those artists' websites, or potential commissioners. Now you may be thinking, wow, this little intro is taking forever. It must be time to move along, right? No. You clicked on a 4-hour-long video. You knew exactly what kind of intro you were getting into, okay? Through the use of universal lubricant, I have in my possession a pack of STLs that feature a sculpted pauldron for every chapter featured today. The pack contains a regular Mark VII pauldron, as well as pauldrons for Indomitus, Cataphracti, and Tartaros pattern armors. Sorry, Phobos fans, I kind of forgot you existed, and honestly, I'd kind of like to keep it that way, like a mutual thing. Unfortunately, Games Workshop has been on a warpath recently, as of the making of this video, slapping many creators with cease and desists for bits and custom models. As of the making of this video, the Gamak lawsuit that has been stirring the community is relatively fresh out of the oven. So Games Workshop's legal team is a little bit, they're warmed up, they're primed to strike. For this, our sculptor has elected to stay anonymous and not distribute these files on their pages, but I've made them free to download on our newly public Lich's Lab Discord server. You can find a link to the Discord down below. It's not super annoying to get into like some Discords. I'm not that kind of guy. You're more than welcome to come in, get what you want, and leave, but you are more than welcome to stay and hang out in my small community of artists and miniature makers. Just hang out. We even do little community events, but honestly, I put a little shill bit about my Discord a little bit later into the video, so I'm not going to double up. The point is that the entire range of Badab War related pauldrons, sans Phobos pauldrons, will be available to download on my server at no cost to you. If for some reason down the line those files are no longer posted, ask around. We might be able to help you out. As I said, we would have loved to make this more widely available on a site like Cults 3D, but our sculptor didn't feel like that was the best move for their operation, and I agree. Despite having next to no impact on the insatiably violent megacorporation cracking down on basement-dwelling nerds that are making pennies to accessorize their tiny plastic spacemen. So yeah, come join the Discord, download the Pauldron Pack. I wrote all this already. Yeah. And the very last note before we start. Some of you may be aware that Mishmash also recently presented his own multi-hour long epic covering the Badab War from his perspective. Many of you may be wondering why you would even bother with this video if you've already seen the other video, but Mish's video focuses more on Firstborn Marines while also featuring a rogues gallery of other YouTubers for cameos, myself included. We also developed our videos in parallel on complete accident, with us only figuring out that the other person was doing Badab when I mentioned it offhandedly one day. With me doing Terminators and Mish doing Marines, a coincidence that I thank the stars for every day. There is something for everybody between these two videos, and I would greatly appreciate if you went to go watch his video in whatever order. Just make sure you come back. Just come back to me, please. Please, I need you. Alright, that is mostly everything I can think of. There's no doubt that I will have forgotten something big or need to be corrected on something after this video debuts. It always happens. So please be sure to check the description for links to everything mentioned so far and the pinned comment for any kind of important notice. And I cannot personally think of anything else to add right now. So without further ado, I present to you the Badab War.
Oh, Mario, is it a gun?
I know my rights.
Mario,
No,
you
I
cannot shoot the
refuse to pay
IRS.
my taxes.
It is not
I am a
regular.
Mario.
You
I
cannot
cannot
just shoot them.
Goomba.
You must
I
pay
say
your
what I
taxes,
please.
Mario.
I play
Mario,
tennis.
please.
Listen.
Mario!
The Lord is my shepherd.
Mario!
I shall not wander. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not wander.
To start off our video, we'll begin with the Problem Children. The Astral Claws hail from Badab Primaris and are of unknown recipe, although the stability of their gene seed implies ultramarine or dark angel ingredients. They were founded during the Nova Terra Interregnum, a period of instability where the world of Nova Terra attempted to secede from imperial rule, which is oddly prophetic for the Astral Claws if you think about it. The chapter master was Luft Huron, planetary governor and nicknamed the Tyrant of Badab. The High Lords of Terra had appointed the Astral Claws as members of the Maelstrom Warders, alongside the Charnel Guard, Lamenters, and Mantis Warriors. However, the Imperium was not willing to supply the Warders with what they needed to keep the forces of chaos from spilling out of the Maelstrom Zone. Furthermore, the Charnel Guard were reassigned to the Thanatos Crusade, leaving the Lamenters to die horribly as usual, and more importantly, push Luft to extreme measures. Luft began withholding his imperial tithe, both for practical reasons, because they needed it to not die, and in protest for the Imperium not giving them the resources to, not die. It's a very familiar feeling to anyone who has worked in a large, out-of-touch business or retail or any other kind of industry that will just crush your fucking soul. This hoarding of gene sperm went relatively unpunished, which was mainly due to the Imperium's general inefficiency to do basic tasks. In fact, this only really mustered complaints from the trade lords of the nearby Carthago sector. While they were very local about the Astral Claws hoarding of said sperm, things escalated due to the disappearance of a tithe fleet and Luft's ratification of the Articles of Just Succession, the tyrant's declaration that the Astral Claws will no longer tolerate the neglect and tyranny of the Imperium. The other remaining warders, worn down to the bone from the constant neglect, sided with Luft because he was the only one really invested in, keeping them alive. Which is, I'm gonna say, that's a pretty fair reason, Seeing 3 Space Marine chapters poising for a secession, with the Charnel Guard out of town. The Imperium sent the Firehawks to investigate simply because they were nearby, and whenever they showed up to the neighborhood, they were stopped by the Mantis Warriors. The Mantis Warriors demanded that the Firehawks stood down Yet the Firehawks were not exactly interested in compliance on their end. Blood was eventually spilled, with the Firehawks forced to retreat from the area and the Badab War officially beginning. The Astral Claws went on to lead the other secessionist chapters throughout the war, each swelling beyond regulated numbers now that they generally wiped their ass with Imperial compliance. The secessionists even temporarily gained the Executioners as allies due to calling on their ancient debts to be filled, and then they fucked that up, but they were there for a while. However, even with the secessionists being reinforced up to 4 chapters, it simply wasn't enough, as throughout the Badab War, 12 loyalist Space Marine chapters cycled in and out, with millions and billions and jillions and gorillions and badillions of Imperial Guardsmen thrown into the mix as, background confetti. In terms of unexpected reinforcements, the Loyalists even gained their own reinforcement chapter, in the form of the mysterious Carcharodons, which kinda evened out the reinforcement scale, in a sense, Even worse for the Astral Claws, though, was the overwhelming greed and ambition of ruling their own empire. Eventually, this swallowed them whole, and by the end of the war, the Astral Claws had fallen to chaos worship, openly venerating the ruinous powers, their original goal corrupted in the Great Game. With the loss of the Lamenters and Mantis Warriors during the war, and the Executioners basically going rogue, the Astral Claws stood alone on their homeworld in their final stand. Luft Huron and the Astral Claws mounted a defense alongside the Tyrant's legions. The Badab... What is Badabian a word? Like to describe something from Badab? Badabi? The planetary defense force of Badab Primaris. The Tyrant's Legion specialized in vanguard deployments, allowing cultists to fling themselves into glorious melee combat, but was merely a tactic by Luft to ensure the more valuable Astartes were better protected with a wall of meat shields. That is hilariously practical and impractical simultaneously. I love it. Luft awaited Loyalist forces in his Palace of Thorns, a massive palace that stood as a testament to the tyrant's ambitions. Luft and his honor guard were defeated within that palace, with Luft taking a melt-a-shot to the face, but somehow surviving that damage. I'll bet you $10 that Star Phantom player immediately went online and complained about D6 damage being too swingy. While things couldn't really get much worse for the Astral Claws at the time, with Huron defeated and the palace falling into the hands of the Loyalists, the Carcharodons ensured that it did actually get much worse, as all of the population centers on Badab were basically going to explode. I'll go into more detail later. Basically, everybody in the planet scrambled to evacuate. Luft and the remnants of the Astral Claws escaped and fled into the Maelstrom. Within, they'd plot their revenge on the Imperium, fully hopped up on space chaos juice, and re-emerge as the Red Corsairs. Their hatred for the Imperium, while under new management, still burning hot with the fires of revenge. For the Astral Claw, we'll start by assembling a cataphracti body. As a regular kit basher guy, I can't express how much I just prefer multi-part kits like this. Not only can you just really dial in poses that you want, but it's a lot easier to work on specific sections of minis. I had a heroic pose in mind with these neutral standing legs, so I turned the torso slightly. I then attached the head next, which is something you have to kind of do with these models. If you attach the collar before the head, you end up with a space that's either a really awkward time to try to smush a head into, or you just simply can't because it's too big. With the body assembled, I do a quick height comparison with a standard Phobos Space Marine out of curiosity. And honestly, no complaints. This looks great. I wanted something kind of punchy, so I chose this multi-melta. Something about the Astral Claws and meltas just kind of seems right, but maybe I should have given this to the Star Phantom. I took a second to look at pauldron assembly. It appears that there's a spacer piece and then the top half of the pauldron. The surface area for attaching the spacer to the top half was slightly too small for my tastes, so I chose to stick a small blob of green stuff in there for more surface area. The body was looking pretty good so far, but I think I wanted a cape. I chose this gray Tithes studio cape, but I had broken a buckle off of it. For these capes, I found that sticking a sausage of green stuff onto the cape before attaching it gives it more surface area for glue to hold it on, but will also still leave a little space for wash to settle, and is generally invisible to the eye, unless you look at it from upside down, but who's really doing that, you know? For every model today, I'm going to be painting everything to a very high standard with sponge painting and edge highlighting, but let me preface with something here. The Astral Claws are silver. Let me repeat, they are objectively silver. But something in my brain told me to start painting white. I think because I was just looking at art for too long, and like you can't really, like if something's silver, you just kind of color it gray to white, you know, like a non-metallic metal. But so yeah, the first Marine on the list, and I already fucked it up. It's not looking good, guys. Either way, I started sponging on a neutral gray, leaving black in the hard-to-reach areas as I build very primitive volumetric highlights. This is just a bit of pluck foam from a storage case. I know makeup sponges are popular lately, but I haven't personally tested them out yet, so I'm just going to fall back on what I know for now. I sponged on light gray, covering less area to ensure that neutral gray peeks out, repeating with a pure white afterwards in the same fashion. With the silver areas painted white, which was totally on purpose, I swear to God, I could paint the pauldrons blue. I mixed black for a dark base coat, but before that I wanted to tape off the surrounding area to reduce collateral damage. Or as I now say it, thanks to the Berserk bloopers,
collateral damage! Come see my new movie, Collateral Damage!
I didn't want the blue to get too bright, so I only layered on two colors, the darker base and the neutral blue. Next I did the cape, which was based in pure black and had 2 layers of gray sponged on for its folds. I also took neutral gray and did a wet blend on the Teruges and the shoulder Teruges. Probably a name for those. I used neutral gray to edge highlight the black gun casing and Teruges before moving on to the metallics. I used a gunmetal silver for the silver bits and started the aged gold areas with a bronzy gold. I wanted my highlights to be really bright, so I chose to wash before the highlight step. In this case, it is not an expired bottle of hot sauce, but my bottle of marine juice, as explained by my handy infographic here. For the sake of this video, my bottle here is a 1:1:1 mixture of everything you see on screen, but if I ever say dilute it, I add extra glaze medium to it. Even though my infographic here does say one thing and I do the other, I do it this way because I sometimes need different concentrations of it, you know? I take my marine juice and slowly slather it over the whole model, section by section. Working in small sections and using breakpoints along the model reduces the tide marks or coffee stains from just slamming the brush into the middle like a caveman. Even then, you'll see that I ended up with a few tide marks here anyways, because I had to quickly put down the model, and I paid the price. With the wash now dry, I highlighted gold areas with a bright gold, a glistening gold even, to help it look more gold and less bronze. I edge highlighted the white areas with pure white, and mixed a very light blue for the pauldron highlights, and the model was done. Now, even though the colors are objectively wrong, I still think it came out pretty okay. I like to think of it as some kind of really awful non-metallic metal, but yeah, this is objectively not the right color scheme. As you can imagine, this project took a very long time, and I painted many things out of order. The Astral Claw here was not my first mini, and by the time I had realized my mistake, I had already committed a lot of time to it. I just kind of felt like biting the bullet and keep going, you know? Like, I just didn't have it in my timetable to go back and reprime it and do all that, you know? I still like the Astral Claws, though. They have a very nice color scheme. The Cataphracti Terminator pattern is personally my favorite type of Terminator next to Saturnine, and Tortuga sculpts are just such a joy to look at. Like this looks very nice. Edge highlighting was very easy as well, with very crisp resin, and overall the painting experience was just really fun, even if I painted it completely fucking wrong. Before we move on to the Carcharodons, we're going to go a little out of order here. One, because this entry is so short, and as you'll see in a second, appropriately being rolled into the Astral Claws section. Am I implying that I plan my scripts as a parallel to the lore that I'm covering? No, this is entirely for convenience. The Tiger Claws are theorized to be part of the Cursed Founding. They are suspected to be Ultramarines or Dark Angel lineage, much like the Astral Claws, as their gene seed was stable, but any records were wiped via the Edict of Obliteration.
As is, of course, the tradition.
It is noted in Imperial Armor Volume 1 in the Astral Claws section, the Astral Claws have 3 successors, but do not name them, although the Tiger Claws are directly stated to be successors. That fact is told through a record known as the Apocrypha Kali. Another ancient and unfinished document just right for me to get my nasty, rancid little goblin hands on. It is unknown if the Tiger Claws are included in that set of 3 successors, or are in addition to it, so there'll be 4 total. But seeing as the document basically exists in name only, either one, coin flip it, who cares? The Tiger Claws are actually featured in the original Rogue Trader, with a tiger stripe camo paint job. Their modern day paint job is black with yellow on the pauldron fields and legs, featuring a distinct gradient on the thighs. It's a very striking theme from afar. Arbiter Ian, the guy whose lore recap I pointed you towards, actually has a Tiger Claws army that you can find online pretty easily, and for a lack of a better word, it's goddamn beautiful. Hats off, my guy. To dig into their setting lore is a little more complicated. While their early history is mostly forgotten, the Tiger Claws, like many unfortunate chapters, are mostly remembered due to what happened to them rather than what they achieved in their life. The Tiger Claws ship, the strike cruiser Bakasura, was lost in the 40th millennia, only mysteriously reappearing in the 41st millennia. Shaken and stirred from their crazy space trip, they randomly lent their guns to the Stormwings chapter against a raid of Dark Eldar. That's the kind of guy you want on your side. No questions asked, just came out of a space portal from hell, looks over, sees his friends in danger, boom, immediate with the guns. Complete ride or die. These guys are bros. With the Stormwings' thanks, the Tiger Claws made their way back to their home world of Crota, finding it completely dead when they arrived. Seeing as their entire planet was basically a lifeless rock and none of the rest of their chapter to be seen anywhere, a battle brother named Vitala, a captain, was effectively promoted to chapter master, mainly by elimination. After counseling his battle bros, Vitala went to Terra to petition for their gene seed to be released, enabling the Tiger Claws to rebuild their chapter. However, Vitala vanished, never to be heard from again. With the Tiger Claws effectively plunged into full panic mode, they returned to their parent chapter, the Astral Claws, in a petition for any kind of help. Unable to watch his little brothers basically flail helplessly, Luft stealthily absorbed the Tiger Claws into the Astral Claws, hiding those battle brothers within his own ranks. While this did serve as an effective smokescreen for the nearly extinct Tiger Claws, this did have the downside of basically falling to chaos and, joining the Red Corsairs as they went Chaos Marine. So if you think about it, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Do you go extinct or do you fall to chaos? As the angry video game nerd once said, you're standing neck deep in piss and someone wants to shit on your face. Do you take the shit or do you dunk into the piss? you're not going to win either way. While the Tiger Claws do have an interesting and distinct history within the setting, the chapter's existence outside of the setting is even more interesting due to the existence of retcons. In the original version of the Badab War, which was essentially the Horus Heresy of that book, the Tiger Claws were actually tiger-striped, and they played the role of the Astral Claws. The Astral Claws themselves didn't exist at all in this book. Rick Priestley, debatably a very big deal when it comes to Warhammer, also suggests that Luft Huron may have been a shapeshifter or even a thrall of an unidentified xenospecies, which is it's kind of wild. Only in Imperial Armor 9 and 10 did the Astral Claws assume that role as the main baddies, and the Tiger Claws were effectively demoted to their current position. In a practical sense, you could describe this as Games Workshop effectively hitting the reset button on there, allowing them to form the Astral Claws, who serve as a more modern take that they can better suit to the story they're trying to tell. Nevertheless, it does leave the Tiger Claws with an interesting story that parallels in and out of the canon. They essentially had a position, banished to obscurity, they returned to the canon to find everything gone, and are now basically only known for their relationship to the Astral Claws. Not to be mean, but like, come on, you can't, nobody can talk about them without saying, oh, but the Astral Claws, you know, like, I feel for you guys. I get it. It feels like when your older brother tries to take credit for something you did, you know, like when I was younger. I'm still mad about this, by the way. I still remember it. You know how Melee had like the break the targets mode? All right, so back in Melee, I was a Link player before I had transitioned over to being a Marth main. And I had actually beaten my brother's time record on the Link course for Break the Targets. And then there was like a party and some of his friends came over and he's like, yeah man, I lowered the record on the Break the Targets. And no, you fucking didn't, James. I did. I lowered that record. You stupid mother. The Tiger Claws will be the video's first users of Tartaros pattern armor. The official Tartaros kit admittedly still looks pretty damn good. But where the Cataphracti sculpts at least have enough bulk to kind of blend in with some modern marine armies, the Tartaros armor is just a little too scrawny for that. So having them be in a proper scale does make them look very nice. Unimaginatively, the Tiger Claws will be using dual lightning claws. I know claws with claws weapons is low-hanging fruit, but hear me out. Not only did I need a dual lightning claw user when I was mapping out everybody's loadouts, but I think the blue claws contrasting on this paint job is going to look really good. However, the kit I requested was technically for Indominus pattern Marines, so while it was not a proper like one-to-one match, we'll live. It's a war, you know, you can salvage things. Plus, I didn't want to seem greedy and just ask for, you know, 3 bags of different lightning claws, not even know which one I'm going to use. I'm trying to be reasonable here, you know. This was overall a fairly simple construction, but I did make sure to attach my custom pauldron, so you know who he is. Throughout the individual marks of these armors through the whole batch, I tried to have one that was at least a little more on the simple side, so you can see the sculpt for what it is, and then one that's converted a little more than everybody else, if that makes sense, to get the whole spectrum. When it came down to painting, I started by painting the black areas with a dark gray up to a neutral gray. The Tiger Claws sport a very striking color scheme, as gradients aren't very common in standard Astartes colors, maybe because they're kind of a headache to paint. Even more rare is a marine paint scheme where the gradient is only on the thighs, so I feel like this is a chapter where the paint is going to speak louder than the actual conversion, if that makes sense. With the black areas sponged up, I proceed to paint the lower half in a dark brown. The Tiger Claws color scheme is kind of an orangey yellow, and let me be clear, it's not orange. It's just fucking not. Everyone on Google is wrong. Yes, everyone else is wrong. I am right. My strategy for today, gold. Not only is the coloration of this paint just pretty close to the color found in Imperial armor by default, but I feel like the matte black areas combined with a shiny gold area could make for some really awesome looking dual finish, you know? My gold of choice here was Retributor armor, leaving brown in the recesses. I probably should have mixed brown and gold for a base coat and then done pure Retributor armor, but hey, it's fine, we'll live. For a highlight on top of that layer, I mixed my brightest gold with a silver for a stripe of highlights on the front of the legs and the highest points of the pauldrons. With the gold done, I use a neutral gray to highlight the black areas. It was then that I thought the black areas are a bit too gray. I tried to tint it down with some diluted Black Templar contrast, and I think this did a really good job of reestablishing it as a black, unlike another tragic accident we'll get to down the line. I also used black contrast paint to begin the gradient on the thighs. I'm no expert on gradients like this, but one thing to keep in mind is to just not load the brush up too heavily. Paint from the area you want to fade towards the most opaque area. In this case, the middle of the upper thigh to the top. Then, wash the brush out with water and pull the edges back down to feather it out. It'll take a few coats, but eventually we get a super slick shiny gold satin black. With the gradients done, basically the hard parts are done in general, so now we just paint the eyes red, the heraldry, the random little metal bits, and most importantly, the lightning claws. I don't personally paint a lot of lightning claws, so I don't really have a good way to do it, so I opted to just base coat them pure white. From there, I glazed some blue over the white for a very fast and dirty power weapon effect. Then I edge highlighted each claw white. It's not great, but it works well enough, you know? Whatever, we're done here. And here is the completed Tiger Claw Mini. And personally, I think it's one of the coolest models in the whole batch. And to think I almost didn't cover this chapter at all. Technically, this is just a bonus mini, because I really like you guys. And I'm glad I did, because this is pretty fucking cool. While I do admittedly suck at painting lightning claws tremendously, I think I simultaneously found a good color match for the original art, while putting a cool spin on it with the dual finish. But don't get me wrong, as much as I like Tiger Claws, I really love that old Rogue Trader trip as well. Wow, John likes something from Rogue Trader, who'd have thunk, I know. I thought about putting the tiger stripe pattern on the pauldron or something as kind of a callback to that, but when I mapped it out, I thought the mini just looked a little too busy, so I decided to just leave it off. Some gold tiger stripes now. Now that could look pretty fucking sick, you know? But yeah, I'm really happy on how it came out, and I would definitely add the Tiger Claws to a Deathwatch project or something. Oh man, speaking of Deathwatch, check out this transition. Did you know that the Lich's Lab has a Discord server? By the time this video comes out, we will have either cracked 20,000 subscribers or be close enough that I don't care anymore. We have started group building events, the current one being a quarterly event centered around the Deathwatch. From September to December 2025, come make a Deathwatch veteran with us and add it to our Watch Fortress gallery. Any loadout you'd like, jump pack, bike, whatever you want, as long as it's cool. Make a mini, draw your marine, sing a song about them, whatever you'd like. If you're a patron, you get the option of making specialist or HQ units like chaplains, apothecaries, tech marines, and lead a squad of other Discordians. At the end of the quarter, we'll have an awesome collection of veterans, and I'll assemble them into a proper kill team, possibly for a video showcase. And of course, I myself will be participating as Watchmaster. I plan to have these quarterly events on the regular with different themes, and we may even have smaller events sprinkled in for holidays or other random bullshit. So if you want the latest news on the lab, want to hang out with us, join our group builds, and talk about our combined love for tall Amazonian women, come join the Discord.
I'm here to convince you to do sin. Come with me. Steal candy from babies and small businesses. I'm not talking about Walmart.
I will never do such a thing. I'll sin in my own way.
Okay, bye.
Ah! Okay, fine, I'll sin.
The section on the Red Corsairs is going to be a lot shorter and more freeform than other sections since I wasn't originally even going to bother including this mini. However, I am, as always, too weak to the pull of the Ruinous Powers, so I figured I'd toss in this as a little bonus mini. The Red Corsairs are the logical conclusion to the Astral Claws tax evasion pipeline. There's not much to cover in terms of backstory because you basically heard it all already. The past 30 minutes, hour have been dedicated to it. Instead, we'll talk about current-ish events. After being driven into the Maelstrom, the Red Corsairs established a new kingdom within, with New Badab as their capital world. While only about 200 Astral Claws fled into the Maelstrom, the 6th edition Chaos Space Marine Codex reports that their numbers have swollen back to the size of a pre-heresy Space Marine Legion. With this, they terrorize the area around the Maelstrom as pirates, becoming the very thing they originally sought to guard the Imperium from. Due to their piratical nature as plunderers and skirmishers, the Red Corsairs have been involved in many a famous battle. They were responsible for the attack on the Marines' Errant, known as the Fall of Villamus, where the Red Corsairs stole a massive portion of their Gene Seed Vault. They collaborated with Alpha Legion during the scouring and conquest of McKenna 7, and were responsible for the third purging of Lestrade and the massacre of Battlefleet Aquinas at the planet of Oldarion. The Red Corsairs were even recruited by Magnus the Red for their offense in the Terran Crusade when Bobby G woke up and was en route to Terra. It goes to show that the Red Corsairs are a genuinely threatening fighting force, although they do share the cut of losses. The Gildar Rift was the area of space where the Red Corsairs captured the Wolf of Fenris, a Space Wolf's strike cruiser. Due to this, the Silver Skulls responded with a counterattack that was promoted to genocide as the Silver Skulls chased the Red Corsairs back into the Maelstrom. Most famously and hilariously is the Sanlior Massacre, when the Red Corsairs attacked Sanlior, the birthplace of the Daughters of the Emperor, known these days as the Sisters of Battle. The Red Corsairs were expecting an easy attack, but this offense resulted in a hilarious ass-whooping that saw the entire Red Corsair offense killed to the last man. The 6th edition Sisters Codex where this is found specifies that the massacre refers to the attackers, not the defender. That's awesome. As the Astral Claws use Cataphractii armor, I'll be using the same for the Red Corsairs, although we'll be employing some Chaos Space Marine bits to push the Chaos vibes. I attached the arms to the body with a twist. That's not a segue or euphemism or anything, he's literally twisting his body. Now with the actual twist here is a head swap, changing out the Cataphractii head for a more recognizable Chaos Marine head with a bladed horn. The Red Corsairs scavenge what they can use in their raids, so a suit of mismatched armor is completely on brand for the Red Corsairs. After attaching a Power Fist to the model, I was looking to salvage this Age of Sigmar pauldron. While I was provided a proper Red Corsair pauldron set, I've been really vibing with these kind of round pauldrons on Chaos Marines, since I did the same on my Collar Cost Blood Crusade video. Don't ask me what this bit is from, though. I don't remember the name of the kit off the top of my head. It's corn related, so it's probably blood something. You know, I don't know, blood suck or skull fuck or whatever. The pauldron was liberated from this guy's arm and attached with green stuff over the Power Fist. When it came to the gun, I wanted to mix it up. You ever heard of a Combi Neo Volkite? Yeah, me neither, but we're gonna make one. I took this leftover Neo Volkite pistol from a Primaris Lieutenant and stuck it to a combi bolter that I sliced in half. Green stuff was used to fill this gap here, and it's not a perfect gap fill. It's a Chaos ramshackle duct tape job. Who cares? It only has to look good on the spins. The top and the bottom don't matter. I wanted some chainmail on the model, so I trimmed the teruges of the dick area off. I cut a small bit of sticky note that I would attach and soak with super glue, making for a cheap and ghetto backing for some green stuff. I stuck on a blob of putty and sculpted my chainmail in the same way I learned when making my custom Barghese miniature. Poke, pull, alternating directions on the rows to make a network of crescent shapes. The final step was to harvest some trophies from an old Chaos trophy rack. I basically only pinned these at half length, so they were resistant to breaking and didn't make the mini, super tall. Like, I wanted the trophies, but not like the full length trophy. I'm already strained on storage space, I don't want to make things worse. All of this has left me with a rather striking Chaos Terminator that really stands out with the rest of the range in the best way possible. And now, we get to paint it. Starting from a black primer, I sponged on a dark brown. From there, I sponged on a pure red. This was early in the batch, so I don't remember why I only did 2 layers on these panels, but it still looks pretty good anyways, so whatever. The red Corsairs have black on their armor, so I took a pure black and base coated these areas. I cleaned up the feet, thighs, head, and armor trim. With that done, I took a neutral gray and dry brushed black areas before coming back in with an edge highlight on that same gray. It's the same color, but because it's put on a little more solidly, it looks a little bit brighter. And I guess I could have graduated to using a light gray, but like I said, it was early. For some reason, I skipped highlighting the red here and then just went straight to the metallics. Don't ask me why, honestly. I just work here. Before I moved to the final highlights, I washed the mini with marine juice, making sure to watch for pooling and working in sections to avoid tide marks. Then I mix bone and red together for an edge highlight color, highlight all of the red paneling, and finish the model off. The red Corsair model came out really well, and I think it's a really good addition to the bunch. I could be biased because it is just Chaos Space Marines, and I love Chaos Space Marines. But, I'm glad I did it either way. Mostly for completion, but also because I like evil guys in armor. I enjoy the cobbled together aesthetic featured here, featuring a lot of different armor marks from different eras of 40k. It kind of makes me wish I had made a huge video on Chaos Space Marines instead, but hey, we'll save that for another day, eh? As for the red Corsairs themselves, I don't... Okay, this is going to be kind of strange, but I don't really care for them too much, I feel like they're more justified in what they do and the fact that you have seen their full history and you kind of sympathize with them a little bit besides the whole chaos worship part. Yeah, they were victims of the system, basically. But I think I like my Chaos Marines a little more on the irrational, psychotic side. Like a red Corsair will point a gun at you and be like, haha, I'm dismantling the system that, oppressed my brothers and killed many people, blah, blah, blah. But I think I'm a little bit more of a fan of the Chaos Space Marine who will just, run at you, punch you into a mist, and then, snort your mush, I don't know. Maybe that's not exactly why I'm not super keen on them. I don't know. But either way, this bonus section is dragging on for longer than intended, so fuck it. Let's move on.
Gutsy question. You're a shark. Sharks are winners, and they don't look back, because they don't have necks. Necks are for sheep. Now, the first order of business is to blame everything on the guy before me.
I'll ruin you like I ruined this company.
While some chapters and warbands have made multiple appearances in some of my videos, this might just be the shortest turnaround for one, since I covered the sharks just a couple months ago. I'm not complaining, as that video and model were very popular, but it's just, kind of funny. Then again, if this project didn't get delayed as long as it had been, things might have played out a little differently. If you've seen my video covering the Carcharodons, I'll try not to retread ground here, but if I do, forgive me. This is a very long script, and I want this to be over with at some point. The Carcharodons are a fleet-based chapter that roam the edges of known space, specializing in ambush tactics and resourcefulness that allows prolonged operations outside of supply lines. While their IRL lineage can easily be traced back to Rogue Trader, being featured in that iconic Space Marine lineup, their actual gene seed lineage is a little more complicated. The Carcharodons' gene seed sees that the Astartes have pallid white flesh and deep black eyes. This, alongside some titles like Shade Lord, which is their chapter master's title that ties back to the ancient Raven Guard, leads many to believe that the sharks are related to the birds. However, many people also point out that their physical characteristics also match the Night Lords, who also sport pale skin and black eyes. The Ashen Claws, renegades I've covered before with special relation to the Carcharodons, even imply that their gene seed could be chimeric, a possible result of splicing gene seed together in an unknown ratio poured into a pan and baked at 425 degrees. Given how little is known about Carcharodons and how infrequently they are actually policed, any of these could definitely be a valid theory. However, any answer is speculation at best, since the Carcharodons would hesitate to surrender such information if true, and as previously mentioned, with their territory being, basically the edges of reality, the difficulty of obtaining such information is just simply not worth it. They're self-sufficient and kill the same guys you kill, so really, who cares at that point, don't look a gift shark in the mouth. As mentioned, the Carcharodons are a very self-sustaining chapter. After all, they have to be if they're out on the fringes of known space that long. Hell, the Carcharodons are out there for so long, some recent interactions see them speaking in High Gothic, as opposed to modern Low Gothic. This is the equivalent of being mugged in the year of our Lord, but being rescued by a Roman legionary. Just far enough to be confusing, but just close enough to maybe intuit the gist of what he's saying. The Carcharodons' resourcefulness stems from the source of their exile, which gives them special permission to conduct what is called the Red Tithe, the source of their autonomy. When the Carcharodons initiate the Red Tithe, they descend upon an imperial planet and just take shit. Literally just taking anything not bolted to the floor, including the population. Now, some may think, Red Tithe is exclusively abducting slaves, but honestly, if you abduct a family of 4 for slavery, and they have a new TV you really want, what, in all honesty, is going to stop you from just taking the damn TV as well? Speaking of stealing technology, they also have an ancient pact with the Mechanicus called the Grey Tithe. I appreciate that they have 2 tithes and they're color-coded, Being on the frontier, you find a lot of archaeotech. When they stumble into said archaeotech, the Carcharodons cash it in for big bundles of fresh supplies. The Carcharodons will literally dredge the corners of the known universe for any little juicer to fill their gacha addiction. Now, while the goodie boxes are nice, sometimes they just can't replenish their forces fast enough to be at appropriate levels of space sharking. So, in desperate times, they turn to their oldest frenemies, the Ashen Claws. The Ashen Claws are renegades living on Atargatis Prime, a remote backwater planet that the Ashen Claws can rule however they please. Spoiler alert, it's not good. They have plenty of people on this planet, but supplies are scarce. The Carcharodons and the Ashen Claws, per ancient pacts, will trade people for supplies, although this is less of a friendly catch-up and more of a stare down at high noon. Since my last video, I've become much more familiar with the Ashen Claws, and I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them, and considering that they're basically giant angry space fridges, it's not very far, so I better just not trust them. As I've already talked about the Carcharodons comedically and spontaneously entering the Badab War in my previous video concerning the sharks, let me tell you how they left, which is equally hilarious and not something I've covered yet. We'll flash forward to the raid of Badab Primaris, the Astral Claws making their final stand against overwhelming loyalist forces. As chapters like the Star Phantoms fought on the surface, Lord Commander Carcharodon of the Red Scorpions ordered the Carcharodons to attack the infrastructure of the planet's depths. I imagine Carcharodon just had the idea of shutting down the power sources, cutting off the Wi-Fi, something to kind of help the guys up top. Being shark experts and knowing how to jump said shark, they said, yeah, sure, we got you. We'll just blow the fucking planet up, no problem. The eager sharks proceeded to locate, arrive at, and subsequently detonate power supplies of the planet's largest hive cities, prompting everyone on the surface to, for lack of a better word, run for their fucking lives. The resulting shockwaves tore the surface apart with tectonic activity, the results of which rendered Badab Primaris mostly fucked. Not exploded, but it's not good, guys. It's not good. As the Star Phantoms gained sovereignty of Badab Primaris due to their vanguard efforts in the attack, I imagine they were pretty pissed to see the Sharks ruin their entire prize. And even though I do feel bad for the Star Phantoms, I admit, that's fucking hilarious. Good job, guys. The Space Sharks are the first chapter we'll be using today to showcase Tortuga's beautiful Mark V Terminator kit. To my knowledge, Games Workshop doesn't offer Mark V Terminators as a standalone kit since it's kind of a weird hybrid armor mark, but hey, these are still great looking, Plus, the Sharks are very big into their bonding studs, and these are absolutely littered with them, allowing you to go full studs or trim some off for a more reserved collection. Speaking of, we'll be trimming a few of these studs off to give more room for the Space Sharks signature Maori-inspired freehand. If you're curious about the specifications of these tattoos, I did go a little more into detail about the particulars of these Maori tattoos in my original Carcharodons video, so I'll save you some time here and just redirect you to that, mainly because it's also more of a special focused video, and this is just kind of a, oh look, it's the Space Sharks in this video, if that makes any sense. This also acts as a way of welcoming the Space Sharks into the prestigious club of multiple appearances over the obscure 40k series, so go hang out with the Subjugators. I'm sure you'll get along just swimmingly and find something expensive to blow up. The main focus of this build is going to be in the paint job, so the construction of a fairly straightforward Power Fist and Storm Bolter is fairly uneventful. I did consider printing out some special Space Shark adorned and Maori-inspired bits, but one, I realized it way too late, and I had already been way too far into the process to set my printer back up, and two, I spent a lot of money on this project already. Starting from a black primer, I go about the process of heavily sponging on a dark gray. This builds the highlights for the next layer of neutral gray, while also helping the gray with coverage. After a layer of light gray, I sponged the pauldrons, taking care not to make the model too gray, like my first attempt at my previous shark. I painted the boring metallic bits before edge highlighting the gray body with a light gray, then used the same light gray to start sketching out some of these designs I had in mind. I went with a variety of vibes across 3 areas of freehand. I did a bit more freeform on the leg, a goofy rogue trader inspired shark bite on the chest, and a stern face on the Power Fist, drawing more from proper Maori designs. I painted these with a light gray because I thought pure white would be too bright, but I eventually realized that the light gray just was not bright enough to make these designs pop. This could be a positive or a negative though, so I left the majority of the designs as they were. Then you could look at them and be like, oh, these are fine, I want them to be subtle, or oh yeah, we definitely use white to brighten it up. It's like a choose your own adventure books, except it's a giant fucking shark. With the freehanding done, it was just a matter of washing the model with a thin mixture of marine juice, which minimized how much the armor panels were tinted by the wash, while also still collecting in the recesses for the definition that we were looking for. Then it was just a matter of painting the eyeballs, doing a little small highlights in some other places, and calling it done. And here's my completed Space Shark. I think it turned out okay. The freehands are a bit eclectic, and I fear the clashing styles detracts from the final piece by not having a unified vision. I also feel like the marine juice was a bit too light in some areas, and I should have manually gone back in with some stronger stuff and really hit those recessed areas harder. But overall, it's fine. Like, if I was making a squad of 5, he wouldn't be, squad sergeant, but I wouldn't repaint him. He's okay. The one thing I do like about this is the shark teeth biting bones design on the front. It's definitely not traditionally Maori, as far as I know, but it's got a lot of like Rogue Trader energy, I'm proud of that one, personally. While I do see the merit in having light gray for your designs, I would have preferred to use white for more contrast on the armor. I've just been really trying to push for more contrast lately. Also, the last shark I made, I put red lenses on, which is technically incorrect. The space shark lenses are pure black, and I remembered it being pointed out last time, making this objective proof that sometimes I retain information. Sometimes. Oh, I could have gone with a small blood splatter or something, but hey, it ain't the end of the world, I mess up at least a little on every single model, it seems, and if I spent time tweaking every little detail, you guys will be watching this video in 2029. And I don't really have any parting statements, but do you guys remember that movie Deep Blue Sea? It wasn't good, but I still like it.
Decapitation!
There. It is dead. And you, I will now teach you Hang on. I shall now teach you of French kissing.
Our next chapter are the Executioners, who are Imperial Fist successors, though the family resemblance pretty much ends there. Their chapter master, Fafnir Ran, was there on that fateful day when the Siege of Terra began. Armed with his twin axes, he fought with unmatched ferocity, yet honor. After the Big E got murked and the Codex Astartes broke the legions into chapters, Fafnir was given the honor to lead his own chapter in service of the Emperor. He named his chapter the Executioners, bestowing his twin axes upon his brothers as their heraldry. The Executioners, like most Sons of Dorn, are crazy, but a different level of crazy. Like, yes, they're all crazy, but like different flavors of crazy, Think of disciplined butchers of men with clever wit and wisdom earned in countless battles. The Conan the Barbarian child of the bunch. Many view the Executioners as simple, psychotic cavemen due to their ferocity. And can you blame them? But it simply isn't true, for the most part. The Executioners simply have the grit and the special sauce to succeed where others would have failed. Brains and brawn, underneath a guise of barbarism. Conan the Librarian, if you would. The Executioners boast many victories to their name, with many of the recorded conflicts being against major Xeno races before they were Imperial records. Their home worlds, plural, are twin worlds of Stygia Aquilon and the Segmentum Tempestus, right on the fringe of known space. The position saw them constantly assailed by a buffet of Xeno races, including Orc Raiders and even the Enslavers. And when the Enslavers show up, you're going to have a really bad time. Their planet had been attacked by what the Ordo Xenos later identified as Tyranid Scout bioforms, and even had early conflicts who were later identified as the Necron dynasties. They've always managed to hold on, but during the siege of Darkenvault, things were a little different. Darkenvault is the fortress monastery of the Executioners, and it was suddenly invaded by the Sloth, creatures made of a mass of worms that consume corpses and wield arcane technology. I actually did a video on them if you want to go check it out. Anyways, the Executioners were on the brink of extinction when the Astral Claws came to their rescue. Both chapters lost what could be considered a lot of manpower, with the Astral Claws even losing their chapter master. That's kind of a big deal. For this, the Executioners were indebted, swearing blood oaths to come to the Astral Claws' aid when called for. You could probably imagine that this would lead to trouble for the Executioners, as during the Badab War, the Executioners were approached by the Astral Claws to fulfill those ancient oaths. Honor-bound, the Executioners entered the war effort on the side of the secessionists, committing 7 companies to the war effort. They focused on supply line disruption and finishing off stragglers, a task that they quickly became quite good at, much to the chagrin of Loyalist forces. Also, it's quite appropriate for people named the Executioners to finish people off. And it makes me wonder, did the Astral Claws say do that because it was useful, or did they take the name into account and they kind of had the same thought, you know? Whatever. While the Executioners excelled at harrying the Loyalist forces, the Salamanders had a role in turning the Executioners away from the secessionists, although mostly unwillingly. Jump cut to a space battle where the Executioners and Astral Claws ambush and defeat Salamander ships. Wounded and broken before the attack, they stood no chance against this combined effort. The lead chaplain of the Executioners, also known as the High Mortiurge, was a battle brother named Thulsa Kane. Kane called up the Salamander's captain, Palas Mirsan, that's the best pronunciation I got, and demanded they surrendered, swearing to grant them safe passage out of the war zone if they laid down their arms for the rest of the war. Mirsan actually hung out with the Executioners when he was a scout, so he was sure they were good on their word. With Mirsan vouching for Thulsa Kane, the Salamanders surrendered, being boarded by both the Executioners and the Astral Claws. Thulsa Kane was actually good on his word, but the Astral Claws, who had already secretly fallen to chaos at this point, had different plans. The Arch-Centurion, Commodus, raided the Salamanders' gene banks, intending to restore their own numbers. This betrayal enraged Thulsa Kane, who ordered the slaughter of all of his allied Astral Claws. This became known as the Red Hour, and at its conclusion, Thulsa Kane produced Commodus's head to Mirsan as an apology. From then on, the Executioners went entirely rogue, hunting Astral Claws for the rest of the war, but refusing to yield to Loyalists who ordered them to surrender. This goes to show that although they are named the Executioners, and although they do like skinning people, and although they are quite brutal, they do actually have some sort of code of honor that is readily apparent, showing that there's more to the Executioner than meets the eye. And sure, he may have flayed somebody's face off and is wearing it on his pauldron. You might be looking at that eye, but there's still more to that eye than... where was this going? The Executioner model began with Cataphracti. While the left hand is a standard power fist, I will be replacing the Stormbolter with this power axe, mainly because it's kind of their thing, and it's cool. That's it. While pretty simple, the main work I wanted to do is replacing these Tarujas with some flayed skin. The first step is to trim the straps off of the arms and the dick. I wanted my body assembled so the skin could drape in the proper direction. When attaching the power axe, I attached it at an angle to allow it to make contact at the wrist and also at the side of the thigh, making this connection very stable. For skin, I made a ball of green stuff and tried tearing strips out of it. These strips were placed on the arms, and for the skin tabard, I made sure to tuck the skin underneath the belt buckle. The pauldrons were attached to the arms before the green stuff cured, so I could kind of smush them in slightly with the putty. With a little gel superglue, it made for a very strong connection, which completed the assembly. When it comes to painting the Executioner, I think it's very important to get just the right shade of metallics here. I started with a dark silver or gunmetal, mixed because I couldn't find my pot of lead belcher anywhere. I decided to use Grey Knight Steel, as it's a slightly blue tinted silver that I basically never get to use. I opened it specifically for this project. For the final layer of sponged highlights, I sponged on my brightest silver to prepare for the wash. This wash was my old Drakenhof Nightshade, that I diluted 50-50 with glazed medium. This is an old wash that was much stronger before the reformulation, so honestly, just grab your favorite dark blue wash and experiment to get the same level of effect as I do here. Unless you also happen to be holding on to like 10-year-old washes, then hey, just do what I did here. It's that easy. While it may take a little bit of tweaking to replicate the effect, thinned dark blue wash is definitely the way to go, because I think this is the perfect level of blue steel when compared to the artwork. Not quite normal silver, not quite Grey Knight silver, but still its own distinct blue steel. I like it a lot. With that done, I painted the mustardy yellow badge, starting with brown and mixing just a touch of yellow into my tan. This was highlighted with a light tan, and the symbol colors were smashed out really fast. For the gold, I go back to this pot of Balthazar gold, picking out areas like the armor trim and knuckles of the power fist. These areas were targeted for a pure brown wash. We have our blue steel where we want it. I don't really want to ruin it with an overall wash. While the trim dried, I edge highlighted all the armor with a pure bright silver. And by the time I was finished, the trim was already dried, so I went in with highlights. In this case, mixing silver with that original Balthazar gold. Silver is the white of metallics. If you need to highlight a metallic, just mix it with silver. With the armor in a good spot, I just needed to paint the flayed flesh. I base coated it in brown just to clean it up, then dry brushed it with a fleshy tan. By default, I've skinned a pale white man, but feel free to change the color of skin if you feel like skinning a particular minority. Or I can't. I can't leave that in the script. That's too far. I gave the flesh a wash of Caribou Crimson, as if it has been recently harvested, still bruised, you know. And with that flesh wash, the mini is considered done. And here's the finished cataphracti of the Executioners, and the Executioner may be one of the best in the whole batch. I nailed the color of the armor perfectly to what you see in Imperial armor, and no one can tell me otherwise. The Executioner's color scheme is a bit vague on where particular colors go, with this mustardy yellow and bronzy color sometimes reserved for particular areas on the veterans, but honestly, if they're blue steely and covered in human viscera, someone will probably guess Executioners anyways, so, you know, don't get too hung up on the particulars. Overall, I like this mini quite a bit. In these big videos, I seem to gravitate towards models with fleshly flayed skin on them. It's making me realize I might be like a closeted Night Lords player and not really know it, you know? Might have to do something with that information. Just some food for thought. The skin is not the food. Don't nibble on the skin. Hey, wait, haven't I done this bit before? I have, actually. If you recall my first video about obscure 40k, I covered the Exorcists in my video about Tyrannic War veterans. So basically the first video in this series. That was almost 2 years ago. Man, time fucking flies, bros. Due to being one of the first chapters to send me down this inevitable decay of my soul and having to keep track of 40k lore, which is infamous for being convoluted and stupid, the Exorcists have a special place in my heart. As I've already covered them once in the past, having them been one of the first chapter to ever fight the Tyranids, I'll focus more on an introduction and a tidbit relevant to Badab. The Exorcists hail from the feral world of Banish in the Segmentum Obscurus. They are a secretive and mysterious chapter who wade into battle backed by a droning chorus of low Gothic. Could be pretty sick if you put a beat on it, honestly. Their lineage, however, is far less simple, as conflicting sources generated from Inquisitional meddling point to either the Imperial Fists or the Grey Knights as their parenting body. Truth be told, the Exorcists have a complicated history with the Inquisition, to put it lightly. In the days of old, the Exorcists were fighting on the planet of Totem 4 when their chapter master was possessed by a demon. Oh no. While possessed though, he was able to unlock psychic powers, allowing his chief librarian to connect with him via Bluetooth and drive out the demon. This incident quickly became known to a group called the Plutonians, radicals within the Ordo Malleus, which is the branch of the Inquisition dedicated to demon hunting. After a thorough screening process by the Plutonians, the chapter master was clued in on a working theory of theirs. The Plutonians theorized that humans, once possessed by demons, were innately more resistant to the touch of chaos afterwards. Think of it as slowly exposing yourself to poison to build an immunity to said poison, except the poison is, Satan.
You've got out of California!
Whether convinced this theory would work or just doing it for shits and giggles, agreed to permanently house the Plutonians on Banish to carry out these experiments out of sight of the larger Imperium, lest they be labeled as heretics. As part of the Astartes initiation process, aspirants were now subject to demonic possession therapy within the Hall of Tempering. Minor demons were uploaded to the aspirant and left to ferment for 12 hours, then exorcised by an inquisitorial demon hunter. Those who survived carry mental scars and physical deformations, such as scales and horns, but they do indeed come out with some level of chaos resistance. While the success rate isn't super disheartening, the Exorcists do keep an extra 2 scout companies on the payroll, just in case. Most failures are executed or used as vessels to store other demonic souls for further tempering, but there was that one time where things got really out of hand. One Plutonian lost his fucking marbles after seeing how many people were dying in the early stages of this process and, fell to chaos, absconding with the initiates who couldn't be exorcised. They formed a warband known as the Swords of Epiphany, which is a pretty cool name, honestly. But sadly, they did not last long. The Exorcists quickly located this warband and quickly pounded them into dust. To bring this to Badab, the Exorcists didn't get involved until the secessionists were properly excommunicated by the Imperium. When they were called to action, they committed half of their chapter, 5 companies, to the war effort. The Exorcists had a very effective and commendable role in the war all the way up to the final hours. Do you remember when I mentioned the Carcharodons setting Badab Primaris to blow while everyone was still on it? Well, when everyone found out, their natural reaction, like most people, was to, not die. The Loyalists and Secessionists alike clawed their way into any and all spacecraft within range and rode out of Spain like there's no mañana. The Exorcists manned the planetary blockade alongside the Imperial Navy, who were now subject to trying to identify all the spacecraft fleeing the planet, with a grab bag of allies and enemies mixed up in the crowd, just to make things a little harder. The Exorcists, wanting to be both safe and thorough, like any good coworker, proceeded to do the only reasonable thing and just shoot down everybody. If you couldn't prove you were a ship with only loyalists on it, sorry buddy. While this was a very effective method for keeping the traitors from escaping the planet, for lack of a better word, the Exorcists killed a lot of allies that day. Like a lot. People whined and cried and shit and fart for this, and they can suck eggs. I stand by the Exorcists on this one. I used to work casino security at one point, and you can get in some pretty big trouble letting someone who's underage in. And I'm not losing my job just because somebody forgot their wallet at home, or even just, in the hotel room. So fuck it, if you don't look like the shriveled up turd grandma from SpongeBob, you get carded. You're getting pushed in on a stretcher and an IV, but you don't have your ID? Sorry bud, you're getting the Nova Cannon, them's the rules. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can take it up with my supervisor, but I assure you he cares less about your opinion than I do. With the intent of keeping some models on the simpler side, I chose to go hard on the Exorcist. With The Exorcist being one of the first chapters I covered in this whole series, I wanted to do a little something nice for them, you know? So they get to wield the giant mace. I assembled a Mark V Terminator torso and leg combination as usual, but the mace arms were just a bit too tight. I trimmed the inside of the arms just enough to slip onto the torso. I could have trimmed the torso, but if I fucked up, I'd be out of torsos. Meanwhile, if I trim the arms and I fuck it up, I can just reprint them. I attached a fancy tabard, courtesy of Tithes Studios, who made the mace, arms, and pretty much everything else I stuck onto this mini. While I didn't get to test a replacement leg and chest bits, I can at least confirm that most arms, tabards, capes, and other accessories that I seem to stick on these Tortuga sculpts fit mostly well, with only minor adjustments. With the arms on, I trimmed the top of the armor off to mount some skulls to later, then used a wad of green stuff to help secure this hooded head with rebreather. Every head I used in this series seemed to sit a bit deep within the torso. I don't think that's necessarily the head's fault, but mainly just the torso sculpt. So I think a blob of green stuff really helps get the position to where you need it, you know? I take these ornamental skulls and use a bit of glue to secure them to the top of the Terminator, and use a little bit of green stuff to mimic the melted wax from these candles dripping down. More green stuff helps with attaching the pauldrons and securing the cape in the same way I mentioned earlier, and with that, the Exorcist was ready for some paint. Before we begin painting, I wanted to show you guys a quick picture I took of my original Exorcist model. We've really come a long way from that first Tyrannic War video, haven't we? But more importantly, look at these colors. What was I thinking? They're so inaccurate. We'll be fixing that, and thankfully we have some practice. I'll be painting this mini mostly in the same way I painted the Flesh Terrors in my last video, as this dark red is perfect for both chapters. I started with a base coat of dark brown, then mixed that brown and a red in a 1:3-ish ratio. To be honest, I don't really remember. Just a deep reddy brown. The last highlight step was pure red, leaving us with this gradient of deep red. I painted the fabric with black, being sure to get the pauldron trim and the hood as well. I then dry brushed that with a dark gray, then mostly a neutral gray in a smaller area. Then I moved on to metallics, mostly silver on metal areas. The Exorcists don't seem to wear a lot of gold outside of the occasional accoutrement. With base coats and some highlights done, we break out the marine juice and wash the whole mini. This was diluted 1:1 with glaze medium, as it doesn't need to darken, it just needs to lightly blend the colors with a slightly brown filter and occupy the recesses for some nice definition. When the mini dries, I take bone and mix a little red into it for an armor highlight color. Just like washing the mini, I like to pick a body part and finish the whole thing before moving to another area. It just kind of helps me keep track of my progress. A lot of the times, I'll start on the legs and work my way upwards, as by the time I get up to the top, I've usually got my color mixes down, you know. I touched up the metal areas with some very quick highlights, and the Exorcist was completed. And here's the finished Exorcist Cataphractii. This is another one I feel like is on the upper end of the minis in this batch. The massive fuck-off mace, the intimidating demeanor, and the ominous walk forward. This guy is all business. I'm a big fan of compatibility between these Tithes Studio bits and Tortuga, and like I said, pretty much everything else that I've thrown at these guys so far. Even parts like arms that don't really fit only need a slight shave to, slip on just fine. And hell, it all looks great together. I also think that this color is much more accurate to my original art than my first attempt, as my original attempt, I feel like it's like purpley, maybe? I don't know. It's fun to see these minis next to each other, honestly. A bit of a comparison of my earlier speed painting days, and me giving each mini much more technique and attention. Also, the Exorcists obviously get to join the Multiple Appearances Club as well, just to keep the record straight. I'm curious to see if we'll have a faction show up 3 times, but time will tell. I think I know. I've got a pretty good idea who's going to be the first, but I'm not going to spoil it.
Hello. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
No.
It wasn't fucking optional!
Born of Ultramarines' gene seed, but bearing no distinct loyalty to their gene sires, respect, the Fire Angels hail from the world of Loran Alpha, a hive world in the Segmentum Solar. The Fire Angels recruit from hive gangers, subjecting them to what they call the Test of Fire, which is basically a ceremonial tournament that the chaplains have to babysit. Adherents of the Imperial Creed, the Fire Angels have accrued many honors, despite their brief existence. Despite this post-Primaris world, the Fire Angels are more on the traditional side. More of firstborn war gear, but like the older and simpler stuff from the early 2000s. We're talking rhinos, predators, tac squads, drop pods. Very basic, but still very effective. Like a very by-the-book, God-fearing traditional Christian kid, except, a space marine, and probably a lot less annoying. As previously mentioned, the Fire Angels have accrued a small collection of awards despite their brief existence. Their first major campaign was the Fenrite Tithe Wars, a series of civil wars stretching across 4 entire sectors. Eager to prove themselves, the Fire Angels quickly took to the field on the planet of... is it Joppa or Jahapa? I'm going to say Joppa, alright? The Fire Angels made great work utilizing heavy armor like Predators and Razorbacks to combat against rebel tanks. The intervention of the Fire Angels quickly turned the tides of this war, seeing to Imperial order being restored and the Fire Angels carrying momentum forward to earn even more honors. They supported the Black Templars in the Aegisine Crusade, fought alongside the Sisters of Battle in the Magdalene Prime Civil War, and even repelled the Sanctified, who were responsible for helping the Skull Takers summon a great demon on Armageddon, which I did cover in my Holocaust video, at the Battle for Grand Al Ghul. And yes, when I write sentences this long with this many made-up words, I do in fact feel psychotic. Sometimes I wonder if somebody's listening to me at the door and thinking, wow, he's really fucking lost at this time. Even though the Fire Angels were young, dumb, and full of camaraderie, the Fire Angels dutifully answered the call of the Inquisition when called to the Badab War. Eager to score some more Boy Scout badges, they deployed 7 companies to the war effort on multiple fronts. Their most notable effort was the Loyalist push to retake the world of Sagan, a fortress world that the secessionists took early in the war. 6 different chapters contributed to the assault of this planet, who I will list on screen but not bother reading out. The operation was successful, with Sagan now being used as the primary base for Loyalist forces in Badab, but the Fire Angels' heavy involvement did see to heavy losses. The Fire Angel forces were also supplementing a blockade in the Endymion sector, home of the Mantis Warriors. However, this was the first target of the Carcharodons when they arrived in the war, who just got the permission slip to murder a shit ton of secessionists. Eager to conduct their red tithe from the ashes of the Mantis Warrior homeworld, the Carcharodons ignored the Fire Angel forces on the surface and just let her rip with every drop pod they had. The blatant misconduct / minor war crime combined with their savagery / major war crimes royally pissed off the Fire Angels, who elected to move to reserves before pulling out of the war entirely. This was done to avoid open warfare between the 2 chapters because the Fire Angels were tremendously pissed, while the Carcharodons simply didn't register their complaints on the radar, and oh wait, let me check the armory, yeah, sorry, no shits to give. Despite leaving the war in what could be considered a temper tantrum, the Fire Angels still accrued many an honor, and nobody was really too pissed at them considering all they've contributed so far, so, hey, it's still a win. Assembling my Fire Angel is mostly straightforward compared to everything we've seen so far, but I wanted to touch on a few highlights. For one, we'll be adding this heavy flamer arm to the mini, because I love flamers and needed at least one model in this batch to have one. Additionally, the Fire Angel's chapter heraldry is a cross with crosses at the end. This symbol is actually a real heraldic charge called a cross-crosslet. It is sometimes referred to as a cross botany, but a cross botany is a cross with trefoil ends, basically little leaves. But over time, each term came to refer to the same cross. If you have a cross-crosslet with the bottom tapered into a spike, it's called a cross-crosslet fichi, said to have taken its spiky shape so symbols could be fashioned and driven into the ground like a stake. I realize this has basically nothing to do with what I'm doing currently, but given how much real-life heraldry 40k pulls from, I can use it to justify a little bit of heraldic trivia. And honestly, if you paint a lot of Space Marines, it's probably good to take at least a crash course in heraldry, honestly. With that out of the way, the build is straightforward, although something of note is that I attached this ornament at the top. I was content with it, but while moving it around on the side, I accidentally broke it off. Instead of replacing it though, I thought, oh, that sucks, but hey, I did print out this missile launcher, may as well put that there, you know? And it was a good call. Nothing gets me more excited than a shit ton of missiles. You ever play 13 Sentinels? You really should. Painting the Fire Angels is pretty straightforward, whether you layer it, dry brush it, sponge it, marinate it, whatever. Starting from a black primer, I sponge on a gunmetal and place highlights of bright silver like every other model. If you dry brush this silver, dry brushing a silver over black will work just fine. Necron players have been doing it for decades, and guess what? It works quite well for them. However, the king of both speed and ease is probably going to be spraying them down with silver. Rattle can or airbrush, doesn't matter. You can get these guys 90% of the way done with a spray of silver and some Nuln oil. As I said, ancient Necron technology, but it still works. With the silvers done, you can now pluck out any red or gold details. If you base coat these areas with a dark brown, it'll act as a nice base coat for both of these colors, making for a nice chapter if you don't have a lot of paints on you. Honestly, you only need silver, red, and gold, alongside the mandatory black and white. That's pretty damn efficient, honestly. With all the base coating done, I applied my diluted marine juice for just a bit of extra shadows and grime, and called it done. It's yeah, look how long this section is. It's not very long at all. This is easy. And here's the finished Fire Angel. With my conversion being simple and my paint job being simpler, I still believe the Fire Angels are still a rather cool chapter, especially if you're making an army focused on Firstborn. Simple color schemes and simple painting techniques are not bad, as you have to remember that some people don't like multicolored Marines. Whether it's based on preference or skill, a simple paint job still has merit. That's why I try not to bash people about having boring paint schemes. Maybe that's what they like, maybe that's all they can do. As long as your paint's, not visibly thick and chalky, you're good to go. Obviously that's not me, because I'm a total fucking diva, and I like quartered armor, or whatever the hell's going on in my Chaos Space Marines, but those people do exist, they're just not me. Also, as a final note, according to the artwork, the Fire Angel's eye lenses are black, sometimes red on big scopes and goggles. I've seen some models paint their eyes green, some with red, and while it does look good, it doesn't necessarily match what I see in the Imperial Armor book, so I was hesitant to put anything there. It just falls down to accuracy on my end, but honestly, red, green, or maybe even a light blue eyes, they'd all look good if you do them that way. If they're silver and they have the red crosslet, I'm pretty sure most people will peg them out as Fire Angels, and unless you're some stupid lore YouTuber making a really long video on Badab, the eyes probably won't matter.
Another happy landing.
Ah, the Firehawks. Such a wild ball of chaos during the early days of the war. Like a train wreck, you can't stop watching. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The Firehawks are rumored Ultramarine successors from the Cursed Founding, which I'm sure won't be relevant at all in their story in any way. Noted to be exceptional warriors, their armor was red with yellow pauldrons and yellow markings, usually sporting some kind of fire design somewhere on their armor. They hailed from the world of Zoros. Well, they did until the Ecclesiarchy firebombed it. It was the age of apostasy, a lot of things were going on. No big deal, they just moved to a new world, named Cousteau 11, a feudal world in the Segmentum Obscurus. Oh, an unknown event made that one uninhabitable as well? Maybe let's not give them a new world, they don't have a very good track record. No big deal, they can just live on Raptorus Rex. Sorry, Raptorus Rex. The Raptorus Rex was a spaceship from the days of the Great Crusade that served as the Firehawk's flagship. Sorry, did I say ship? Because it's actually classified as basically an entire goddamn space station. It's that big. And since everything else they own has a flame pattern on it, I like to imagine the Raptorus Rex does as well, although it probably took about 20 years to paint flames on something that big. Personally, I'd say that's a worthwhile investment, but hey, you can be wrong. As mentioned in the Astral Claws section, the Firehawks were called to investigate the disappearance of the Tithe fleet that had come to collect from the Astral Claws right before the outbreak of the war. Given that the Firehawks harbored pre-existing grudges against the Astral Claws for not being given command in their joint efforts during the Lycanthros Drift campaign, the simple act of this inquiry laid some very tense groundwork. Even then, being the first Marines on the scene, there was no reason to assume hostilities were to take place. It was a simple investigation into the missing fleet, outsourced to basically the guys who were closest to the area. One has to wonder if it would have been smarter for the Mantis Warriors to give them a false lead to, get the Firehawks out of their territory. I feel like pointing a gun at their face as soon as they show up is kind of like the last thing you'd like to do. Anyways, when the Firehawks refused to stand down, the Mantis Warriors opened fire, sparking the Badab War off properly.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Leatherhead.
While it was only a single ship to get jumped by the Mantis Warriors, the Firehawks ended up deploying every single Marine in their ranks to the war effort, with their reason for doing so basically being cited as being extremely fucking pissed. The Firehawks bore the brunt of the early war efforts, given that they preferred direct assault units, frequently deploying the bulk of the first company as Vanguard veterans, and whining when anyone suggests something as cowardly as defensive warfare. It's not hard to imagine that the Firehawks kinda got fucked up. Ever on the offense, the Firehawks made good use of heavy armor patterns such as Mark III for offensive boarding actions, yet all the heavy armor in the world could not stymie the losses. Eventually, Lord Commander Carib Culm, leader of the Loyalist war efforts in Badab, ordered the Firehawks to be relegated to reserve duties due to these losses. Interested in not going extinct, the Firehawks complied, but they made sure to take their petty revenge by firebombing the Mantis Warrior world of Sacristan on the way out, killing 90% of the population. That is hilarious. Not the genocide, the revenge. Okay, let's move on. Now in reserves, the Firehawks were relegated to supportive and blockading actions. One such example being the blockade on the Forge world of Angstrom, where a bunch of angry tech priests were now lashing out at surrounding systems. The Firehawks basically played space cops till the end of the Badab War, when the Loyalists began to encircle the Astral Claws on Badab Primaris. Carib Culm, in an effort to reinforce the perimeter around the sector, pulled the Firehawks out of reserves, both for the extra manpower and Raptorus Rex, which became the key in the Loyalist vanguard efforts. The Mechanicus, once pissed but now supporting the Loyalists, don't worry, there's a whole story there, had the most batshit crazy idea you have ever heard. Badab's planetary defenses were known as the Ring of Steel, and to pierce the Ring of Steel, the Raptorus Rex was to tow a large object into the main control station to disable the defenses and make a hole in the defenses that the Loyalists could funnel into for the initial assault. So what was that chosen object? A burning stellar core. Motherfucking Mechanicus grabbed some toe straps, stuck it to a fucking star, and said, "Put the pedal to the metal!" Absolute batshit insanity. But it paid off, as the Ring of Steel was penetrated, allowing the Loyalist forces to storm the surface of Badab Primaris. And while the Firehawks were hoping to land and help fuck up the place, the Raptorous Rex took a lot of damage, so they ended up kind of veering off course in the interest of not dying. From there, the Firehawks supported the Exorcists and the Sons of Medusa in their efforts in the planetary blockade. The Firehawks certainly have some prestige behind their name. From the Age of Apostasy to whatever the fuck they were doing in Badab, but what they will infamously be remembered for is their disappearance, detailed in White Dwarf 99. See, the Firehawks were called to deal with the Dark Eldar sometime after Badab. They said, "Elf slaughter? Yeah, sure, no prob." Slipped on their shoes, started up the engine, drove into the warp. Yeah, that's it. They just vanished. The Firehawks were mourned and declared lost in the warp. However, the Firehawks lived on in some form, though these days they go by another name, the Legion of the Damned, spectral warriors of the Imperium who appear in the darkest hour to defend humanity. Now, this is just speculation in-universe, but the connection is very strong. The Legion of the Damned were spotted in an area of space where Imperial scouts recovered 2 coffins floating in the vacuum, each containing remains of Firehawk battle brothers and an assortment of reliquaries and items. Relics such as the Firehawk banner were recovered, and a catalog of equipment serial numbers that traced back to equipment issued to the Firehawks. More importantly, they obtained a flight recorder of a Firehawk vessel that showed what happened to the Firehawks, being assailed in the warp as their Geller fields failed, warping and twisting the Firehawks into the fiery phantoms now spoken of in hushed tones by the superstitious. Some people would say it's not canon, and I'm not ultra up to date on whatever new lore they have, but whatever, it's canon enough to me. Games Workshop's new lore is probably shit anyways. I don't think I could trust GW to lore their way out of the Ring of Steel, but hey, that's just me. There is only one Terminator patterns that befits the strength and power of the Firehawks, and that is the Cataphracti. Assembly here is straightforward, with the chest plate attaching to the torso, then the torso to the legs. We'll be going for a power fist, and not just any bolter, but a heavy bolter. We're hitting our heavy weapon quota today, boys. Now, Tortuga did not provide me with a heavy bolter simply because I didn't ask for one. As I said, I got kind of paranoid that I was being a little greedy, but this 3D printed one here will suit our purposes just fine. However, when I went to go attach it, it looked a little stiff, just being up on the torso as intended. Luckily, it snapped off when I was handling it because I'm impatient. So I took the opportunity to reattach it with a small wedge of green stuff where the shoulder meets the torso at an angle to make it look more natural. Besides that, construction was fairly straightforward. It's done, you know. Although I did forget to film me attaching a flaming doodad on top. Oh well, you'll see it in like 2 seconds anyways. 2 seconds later, the main thing about the Firehawks is painting the fire on their armor. If you cannot or are not willing to paint flames, I'm going to say it. This is probably not the faction for you. Do I play Firehawks? No. I'm simply gatekeeping on their behalf. The Firehawks with no flames are not Firehawks. I started the armor with a base coat of dark brown, leaving black in the recesses. The next layer mixes red into that brown for a nice deep red, with the final layer being my pure red. I mixed yellow and brown together for a base coat on the yellow areas, and honestly, I probably could have gone with a dark orange, but I was experimenting with yellow this whole project. Some of it worked and some of it didn't. I also used this yellow to begin sketching the flames of the armor. If you want to learn how to paint flames on armor or just suck monkey nuts at it, I put a tutorial out for Slaneshi armor that does include a brief tutorial in it. I'm not an expert, but there's a decent tip or two in there. With the flames mapped out in a dark color, I can now go over this with a pure yellow. Honestly, I might have been able to skip that darker yellow in some places, but that first darker base coat not only helped my yellow cover, but if I messed up, it would be a lot easier for me to correct that mistake. Freehanding yellow on red just doesn't sound too bad. It could be a lot worse, but in general, I'd like freehanding yellow to just be as easy as possible, you know? I began adding some light chips onto the flame, but decided that I really didn't care for the look, so I just stopped and kept moving. In this case, painting the Tortugas black, highlighting them with gray, as well as hitting all of the trim with a silver. To finish the armor off, everything got edge highlighted with bone. Honestly, I could have done that black with it as well. Bone is just a really good universal highlight color for warm colors. With the armor highlighted, it was just a matter of some marine juice to finish this model off, and I called it done. Now here comes the twist. I cannot find the footage of the Firehawks up close anywhere. It's not in any folder or subfolder anywhere, and I'm begging you all to just let me use this footage here instead of making me reshoot this. I've been working on this video since June, and I'm working full time on top of it. Just please let me be done with this. Now I like the Firehawks quite a bit, enough to choose them specifically when asked to do a voiceover in Mishmash's Badab video. Add on top of that, firebombing an entire planet out of petty revenge. Their ship is so big that it has its own zip code, and the fact that they turn into grimdark space ghosts just makes them a really funny chapter overall. If I had to choose a Badab chapter to collect, Firehawks would definitely be in the top 3. It just really pains me that my close-up footage for this is gone, but hey, I've been begging for the sweet release of Death for like 3 months now, so let me just move on.
You don't remember me? We spoke on the phone 2 days ago. I told you I would find you.
The Howling Griffons are masters of the Oath. They are Ultramarine successors from the feudal world of Mancora. Their fortress monastery is named the Proud Eyrie, built into the side of a massive snow-covered mountain peak. Not super relevant, but I just thought the picture was kind of comfy. It is unknown if they have a giant hole in the middle of their throne room to dump people out of, but that's not super relevant. While many chapters make many oaths before battle, the Howling Griffons take this to a whole new level. Once they swear an oath, they will go through hell and high water to ensure its completion. The Howling Griffons keep all of their oaths cataloged on their armor to some degree, with satisfied oaths commonly being affixed to the armor permanently via purity seals or being inscribed directly into the panels. If a Griffin fails to fulfill an oath, however, their battle brothers may take on their oath to redeem them, even if the effort takes years or even decades. Failure to complete an oath, or even breaking the oath, is considered a grave offense to the chapter's honor, meaning if a Howling Griffin promises you something, it's in their best interest to see it through, lest they receive a power maul to the Astartes pattern kneecaps. For the most part, the Howling Griffons are traditionalists, being codex compliant to a sporty, competitive degree. This sees all members highly proficient with all aspects of combat. Even before recruitment, Mancora is kept in a warring state between provinces to ensure only the best recruits are selected for service. If you think about it, it's kind of fucked up for a governing body to keep their populace in a constant flux state of war and infighting, isn't it? Sure glad nothing like that happens around here. The Griffons are decorated veterans of many a conflict, although they did kind of go through a phase where they just kind of laser focused on the word bearers like rabid dogs, which for Ultramarine successors of all people should say a lot. This is because a demon prince by the name of Periclitor, it just sounds like clitoris. I can't take that name seriously at all. Clitoris the Forsworn was responsible for the death of their former chapter master, Orlando Furioso, another hilariously stupid name. Many oaths were sworn that day, some of vengeance, others duty, and eventually Periclitor was eventually tracked down and destroyed. Although as a demon, he would once again return to the material plane in 2 to 14 business days, where I assume the Howling Griffons will be present in order to waffle stomp him back into the drain. Shortly before the outbreak of the Badab War, the Howling Griffons were involved in something called the Carcharodons campaign. This left the chapter with many injured and extensive damages to their war gear when the call for Badab finally came. Nevertheless, the Howling Griffons committed 250 Marines to the war effort, a fourth of their whole chapter. Due to not being at full strength, Carcharodons kept the Howling Griffons in reserves. He assigned them to convoy protection and later rebuilding listening outposts in the Chimera system. However, the Howling Griffons fell victim to an executioner's raid in the area. Their forces spared in the face of what would have been total annihilation. Shortly after, Loyalist forces were successful in taking the planet of Sagan to use in their primary operating base for the rest of the war. With Sagan's occupation, the Howling Griffons, alongside the Raptors and the Novamarines, were formally redeployed, ending their tour of duty in the Badab sector. But don't let that give you the impression that they've been sitting on their hands since then. In fact, the Howling Griffons have been quite busy with murder. They were involved in the suppression of another attempted succession on the world of Amar. They contributed to the War for Bork Prime against the Orcs and the Crusade of Fire, an attempt to reclaim the Corvus subsector. They've made significant contributions to the Indomitus Crusade, 13th Black Crusade, War of the Beasts, the Nocwin Rift War, Plague Wars, Arcs of Omen campaign. Truly, the Howling Griffons know how to stay busy, as they just can't seem to pull away from the ever-constant shitstorm of the grim dark future. The most recent lore I could find about the chapter states that they are currently dealing with some greenskin raids on their homeworld of Mancora, but given everything they've just put up with, it's not like they can't deal with it, you know? I don't imagine they're very happy about it. Like, have you ever been standing there doing the dishes and somebody comes by and just puts like 1 or 2 dishes into that pile? It's kind of like that. It's not big, it's easy to take care of, you already had your hands wet and everything. But man, are you pissed. It's like that with orcs. To start the Howling Griffon, I grabbed some classic, tried and true, whole grain Indomitus pattern armor. I assembled it mostly straight up, removing the belt buckle to account for this new tabard. I didn't have to trim it all the way off since the tabard bit does have like a little recess to fit the buckle in, but oh well, it's just, you just put a little green stuff in there, so it's fine. Other than that, it was a straightforward assembly, equipping the Terminator with Tortuga's Thunder Hammer and Storm Shield. One thing I was very conscious to do would be to add some of Tortuga's Purity Seals as well. The Howling Griffons fit the bill for plenty of Purity Seals adorning their armor due to upholding their oaths. So if you like the aesthetic of a bunch of flowing Purity Seals on top of your Space Knight, then the Howling Griffons may be the chapter for you. It's a match made in heaven. Like me and Avril Lavigne, or me and Emma Watson, or me and Sydney Sweeney, or me and Jennifer Love Hewitt, or me and Kirsten Stewart, or me and Anne Hathaway. The poster boys of quartered power armor, sporting yellow and red across their armor. In terms of heraldry, you could say that their colors are quarterly ore and ghouls. Just a fancy way of saying yellow left leg, yellow right arm and chest, with the vertical split carrying onto the power pack, and a horizontal split just under the belt, aka the penis. This will be important practice for my own chapter, the Tuatha Dé Danann, as I will hopefully be revisiting their quartered black and white armor sometime soon, with a little bit of a visual overhaul and some new painting techniques. I also want to quickly mention the black armor variant for Marines who served in Chimera, and also wanted to point out this old chaplain for no other reason that I think it looks really cool. It's a cool way to show your chaplaincy rank, but also keep the colors on the model, and I had been kind of thinking about how to do that for quite a while now, and it turns out they solved this problem like 30 years ago, so that's cool. Since I was experimenting with yellow the whole video, I wanted to try a pink undercoat. I mixed pink and sky gray for better initial coverage over the black before going for a second layer of pure pink. When that was done, I sponged my highlights on with a pure white. For those who don't know, a lot of yellow speed paints these days go over white for a lot of vibrancy, but if that same speed paint goes over a pink, it creates a very deep and rich orange. There's some kind of color theory happening there, but don't ask me to explain it, I just know that it happens. This is the first time I had actually tried it for a video, and honestly, I like it. I kinda wish I did all of the yellows in this video the same way, since this just looks really good. The contrast paint I was using in particular was Games Workshop's Imperial Fist, and this yellow is so vibrant, you'll see later on that it was actually just messing with my camera. This shit was loud. With the base coat on, I use a dark browny red to draw the armor panel split. You could use masking tape, and for some models I did, but I really do just prefer doing it freehand and simply not fucking it up because it's a lot faster. Also, in general, when it comes to quartered armor, you would benefit from doing your lighter color first, then doing the darker color on top of it. I sponged on a pure red, then mixed a tiny dot of bone into that for a subtle highlighting. And I like the yellow so much as it is that I didn't choose to highlight it, although if I did, a light tan would have worked for that step. With the armor panels done, it's time for all the boring shit. The biggest things of note here was black on the Thunderhammer handle, the tabard, and cape. I don't remember if this was drawn from a source or it just looked cool, but it do be looking pretty cool. Plus, with veterans of the Chimera incident being established to have their armor painted black, we have already established black as part of their color scheme, so bringing it over to the cape just makes sense. At this point, I realized I wasn't a huge fan of that last highlight layer on the red, so I glazed a red speed paint diluted with some glaze medium over the red to kind of boost its vibrancy, and it did improve the look for me. After knocking out all the purity seals with a bony tan, we washed the mini with marine juice and let it dry before finalizing the highlights. For this, I edge highlighted all the yellow areas with a warm white, or like a light tan, and for red, I mixed red and bone together. From there, it was the simple matter of just not fucking it up, which is, I know, a little harder than it sounds in general, but you can do it. I threw him onto a base, painted his eyes and various gems green, and called it done. I've always had a soft spot for the Howling Griffons. A very eye-catching scheme with a dash of grim-dark irrationality on top. I see myself in this chapter in a sense, as if I too have sworn many a random blood oath in my lifetime. These are usually not that serious, but that's what kind of makes them so fun to enforce. For example, I will never play a Persona game. I will never return to the state of Tennessee. Just a little something to spice up life, you know? While this was my second attempt at painting yellow over pink, the first being the Lamenters, I'm a really big fan of this method. The yellow comes out very vibrant, which I know is mostly due to the paint, and the orange makes a nice intermediary step for a brown wash. I will probably end up using this method for most yellows from now on. I don't know, I like it.
Okay, Miguel, we gotta move fast. On 3, we jump out and we head for the dock. Good, good. Okay, excellent. Right. 1, 2, 3. 3.
The Lamenters are, without a doubt, my favorite Blood Angels successors. I've been wanting to cover them for years, and I'm so excited to finally be able to cover them. Lamenters are known for their bleeding heart, but most importantly, they are known for their hilariously bad luck. So, to keep in the spirit of things, allow me to do this. Now let's talk about the Mantis Warriors.
What's happening? Oh, man, man. Oh, man, I shot Marvin in the face.
Why the fuck you do that?
Well, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
Oh, man, I seen some crazy ass shit in my time, but this...
Chill out, man. I told you it was an accident. You probably... He went over a bump or something.
Hey, the car ain't hit no motherfucking bump.
Hey, look, man, I didn't mean to shoot the son of a bitch. The gun went off. I don't know why.
We now come to the third secessionist chapter on our list. Technically the fourth, but I did just throw Lamenters into the Shadow Realm. The Mantis Warriors are sons of the Khan, being the only White Scar successors involved in the Badab War, which really pisses me off because I like White Scars. They are suspected to be from the 8th founding, and interestingly, they are only one of 2 chapters in the Badab War listed as successors to a successor. The Mantis Warriors are derived from the Marauders, the missing link in the genetic chain. Although it's not missing, it's right there. Both the fandom wiki, in all of its shittiness, and the Lexiconum state that the Mantis Warriors were founded to relieve the White Scars from duties monitoring the Maelstrom, but there are 2 main issues with that. One is that neither site produces a valid citation for that, and I couldn't pinpoint a spot either. And the 2 is just the logic? The White Scars ordered the Marauders to found a chapter? I know the Parent Legion and all, they have some kind of push and say, and, people generally listen to what their parents say, except me. But why not just do it directly then? How much authority do the White Scars have over the Marauders? How much authority does a parent chapter or legion have over their child chapter? It's just weird. The proof could be hidden in a book somewhere, but you guys know me and books, we don't get along, and I certainly don't have the time to hunt around for it. So check the comments, because somebody's probably correcting me right now. So thank you, angry nerd, who's typing that comment. I actually do appreciate you greatly. The Mantis Warriors were originally from the world of Uthaka, or the world of Uthaka, if you're a silly little guy. And I say past tense because the planet is currently under the ownership of the Carcharodons. There's a lot of bad blood there. Not even bad blood, just there's so much blood. But we'll get to that in a second. The majority of Mantis Warrior lore revolves around Badab, although there are a few other campaigns we know about. As one of the Maelstrom Warders, they are duty-bound to protect the Imperium from attacks from the Warp, a good example being Dark Eldar Raiders. The Mantis Warriors engaged with the Scourge of the Slave Lords, a conflict on a feudal world named Tranquility 2. Well, if Tranquility is so good, why don't they make Tranquility 2? Oh. Despite the Mantis Warriors' specialty of hit and run, countering the Dark Eldar quite well, the planet's population was ravaged by the slavers, so the Mantis Warriors hatched a plan. They put the surviving population into a bait city, with the Marines hidden nearby. When the Dark Eldar slavers raided the nearby planet of Sigurd to bait the Mantis Warriors to leave, the Mantis Warriors played along. It turns out that the Dark Eldar who had arrived to raid Tranquility 2 again descended onto the bait city, only to realize that they were sitting in the middle of a Mantis Warrior firing squad. The Mantis Warriors even buried Cobra-class destroyer ships on loan from the Imperial Navy that rose out of the sands to ambush Dark Eldar ships, which altogether was successful in own-zoning the slave lords. The sheer audacity of this maneuver is both hilarious and impractical, but I've seen what guys can do on a beach when unattended with a shovel, so maybe it's not that far-fetched. As previously noted, the Mantis Warriors were part of kicking off the Badab War properly. When the Firehawks entered the Endymion cluster on their way to investigate the Tide fleet that had vanished, the Mantis Warriors, most likely trying to negotiate peacefully against the hard-headed Super Freak Firehawks, eventually opened fire on the Inquisitive chapter before boarding and capturing Firehawk Marines. These Marines were eventually returned, but the damage was done. The Firehawks had sounded the alarm, and more importantly, pissed off a very vindictive chapter. The Firehawks, after stationing at Sagan, launched the majority of forces directly at the Mantis Warriors' territory in the Endymion cluster. However, the secessionists predicted this move. The Mantis Warriors held the Firehawks off at the territory's edge, while the Astral Claws took Sagan for secessionist use, taking the planet for use early in the war for secessionists until a combined loyalist force would eventually rip it back over to the loyalist side. After losing Sagan early in the war, the Firehawks would pull back, meeting with the Marines Errant, who responded to the chapter's call for help. With it being an even 2v2 right now, the Mantis Warriors and Astral Claws would team up to push both Loyalist chapters out of the area, with the Mantis Warriors dealing significant damage to the Marines Errant at what was known as Bellerophon's Fall. And I'd love to say the Mantis Warriors were patting themselves on the back and feeling really good about it, but the Firehawks were too busy firebombing sacristans, so who really got the last laugh here, you know? As mentioned earlier in the Carcharodons section, the Carcharodons' first show of force in the war was a blitzkrieg strike straight into the Mantis Warriors' territory, where they began to pillage the Mantis Warriors' outer worlds. Being late into the war, the Mantis Warriors were on their back foot, so an overwhelming assault of this magnitude from fresh Marines saw the Mantis Warriors buckling in defeat, basically being knocked out of the war efforts in one swoop. At some point, the Mantis Warriors had come into the knowledge that the Astral Claws had fallen to chaos and fell under investigation by the High Lords of Terra. The Mantis Warriors stated they were unaware of any chaos worship, merely fighting to be free of the Imperial's inefficiency. The High Lords of Terra, aka the guys who run the Imperium, said, "Yeah, this place is pretty shit, isn't it?" and were allowed redemption via a penitent crusade. However, the Space Sharks had been given supervision of the Mantis Warrior territories and recruiting worlds, meaning that the Mantis Warriors would have to take this penitent crusade with no fresh recruits, a significant disadvantage. Flash forward to the modern day and the Mantis Warriors continue to exist, although as outcasts among their kind. While they had been formally redeemed, the stains of the Badab secession proved to be something that the Mantis Warriors couldn't so easily wash off. Even the Death Watch formally requested that they not send any Mantis Warriors for their recruitment. Like, just imagine that. Imagine taking the black for Death Watch, and you get there and the watch captain's like, "Hey, we take liars, murderers, thieves, rapists, jaywalkers, and card sharks. But a Mantis Warrior? Get the fuck out." These days, the Mantis Warriors' Penitent Crusade has since been completed, although barely. They operate under strength, although Mantis Warrior Primaris units have been seen in rulebooks. This suggests that they have been given the tools to produce their Primaris, but maybe not have had the luxury of a torchbearer fleet for the immediate population juicer. Even with Primaris and being in mostly neutral graces with the Imperium, which one could call an objective improvement, they've still had to make do mostly with worn and outdated war gear. As they excel in hit-and-run tactics, they usually opt for long-range or stealth operations. Which makes sense, you know, it's less intensive on your equipment, you gotta use less bullets, you know, it makes sense. It's what they're good at anyways, so, like, it's a disadvantage, but I feel like they're playing it off pretty well. It's noted that at their lowest point, they still managed to deploy, like, a Gorillion Thunderhawks at some point, so, like, they've gotta be doing better, you know? Veterans of the Tranquility campaign had formed into Tranquility Sniper Squads, and a new sect of veterancy called the Praying Mantidae have emerged. These are veteran battle brothers whose bodies are covered in snake-like tattoos, with their mission being to hunt down the Red Corsairs. And while I feel it's necessary to touch on the culture of the chapter a little bit, the section is kind of running on. The last thing I'll mention is that the Mantis Warriors didn't have any gene seed quirks originally in lore, but the Mantis Warriors received one as part of Warrior Brood, a novel where the Mantis Warriors are heavily featured. They now sometimes slip into what is called the Battle Haze, where a battle brother is granted a level of prescience in the heat of battle. However, this change is irreversible, the tunnel vision being so overwhelming that a Mantis Warrior captain is noted to have charged straight into the Eye of Terror during this haze and was just never seen again. Now, don't get me wrong, I didn't think they needed a gene seed flaw. I think, you know, being successionist was pretty key to their identity anyways. I think that gene seed flaw is really dumb, and like most of Games Workshop's modern lore, if I don't like it, it's not canon. You might like it, so it's canon for you, but I don't like it, so it's not canon for me. The Mantis Warrior conversion was kept very bare bones to show off Tortuga's excellent Tartaros armor. I've seen some people who give White Scar conversions like lamellar armor, and since they descend from them, this is kind of extended down to Mantis Warriors. However, in some indescribable way, I don't really think that fits their vibe. And it could be just me being wrong, or just like a simple baseless preference, but it did kind of leave some option paralysis in my brain that kind of made me settle on something a little more simple. I attached the intended Tartaros Power Fist and Storm Bolter, and added the Tartaros signature rounded pauldrons to the arms, leaving most of the design done. However, I at least wanted a tabard, as most of the Mantis Warrior art I've seen shows them using a bone or a tan cloth on their color schemes, and I think it's just a really nice color that balances out their color scheme. I didn't film it, but I took a Grey Tide Studio belt I had laying around in the batch, trimmed the belt design off of it for a simple buckle, and green stuffed it on. Now, while I start mixing flat green with black for a dark green base coat, let me point this out before I get a bunch of sweaty comments. If you are painting Mantis Warriors, there's literally a paint in the current Citadel range called Mantis Warrior Green. However, I have heard that Army Painter's Goblin Green and Vallejo's Scorpy Green are great non-contrast equivalents, but I don't have any of those, so today we're mixing it and winging it. After a base coat of dark green, I switched to Two Thin Coat's Ethereal Green, as it's comparatively brighter than my green, and also a little more warm, a little on the yellow side. Then, with Ethereal Green down, I mixed it with some yellow to push it towards the neighborhood of Mantis Warrior colors. Is it perfect? No. But is it close enough? You bet. For edge highlighting, I mixed light tan into that last color for a nice, bright, warm highlight with that tinge of yellow-green in it. With the armor done, I base coat the loincloth and pauldrons in a light gray to help the next coat cover much more easily. And speaking of, the next layer was pure yellow. I sponged on some light tan highlights onto the center of these pauldrons, but it didn't really do much for the final effect, so we'll move on. I took a second to paint the bolter and the eyes on the helmet and symbol with red. We got a lot of red bolters in this project. I paint black on the symbol before taking care of all the small boring shit. Metallics go on after, mostly silver since there weren't a lot of gold adornments on my conversion. After that, I washed it with marine juice. Only towards the end of the project did I realize that the wash didn't really settle very well next to those silver discs on the pauldron. I should have went back with some brown wash to fix it, but I didn't, so we're just gonna have to deal. The Mantis Warrior Tartaros is finished, and I think it's a really solid addition to the roster. As I said, the marine juice slightly failed me on those pauldrons because I just simply didn't notice them. However, I'm a big fan of how the green sections came out. There's a very good range of depth there. However, there's one big problem. After making this model, Jay from Eons of Battle made his own Mantis Warrior Terminator. Yes, it was a while ago. That's how long this video is taking, so shut up. While I don't normally do direct comparisons with other YouTubers, I feel like it's kind of bad form saying, hey, I did this better. I'm not a huge fan of his Mantis theming on his mini. However, my mini is pretty bare bones in comparison. I don't have any room to judge in this comparison here. But it did get me thinking about how to make something even better, but like also something appropriately Mantis Warrior-y, and it did spark some really cool ideas. I kind of need to get this out of my head at some point, so we may be seeing the Mantis Warriors again sometime soon.
I am proud to be the shepherd of this herd of sharks, and I am gonna lead you to the top in this industry of
package delivery.
Package delivery? Oh, God.
You know, a long time ago, someone asked me how I would personally paint the Marines Errant. It's been a while since we had that talk, but hey, I told you I'd get to it eventually, right? The Marines Errant are of ultramarine ancestry, although much like the Mantis Warriors, they are successors. As recent times had been particularly rough, the Marines Errant were part of the 23rd founding, which is known as the Sentinel founding. This batch of Marines was focused on genetic stability and were initially intended to be roaming, fleet-based chapters to keep a watch on a wide territory of Imperial space. The Marines Errant were built off the Eagle Warriors, Ultramarine successors from the second founding, who they probably took a little bit of fashion inspiration from as well. Interestingly, this lineage is stated in Imperial Armory Volume 1 to be specifically sourced in-universe in the Mythos Angelica Mortis. You like that? I made that video how many years ago, and we still can't escape it? However, the Mythos Angelica Mortis does not list the Marines Errant as members of the Astartes Praeses, as the Astartes Praeses were intended to be mostly stationary guards around the Eye of Terror, where the Marines Errant are, errant. Does this imply that the Mythos Angelica Mortis holds more records than just the Astartes Praeses? Maybe a collection of more generalized rosters, maybe? So, maybe? I don't know. It's probably a lore oversight. Maybe? The name Marines Errant has some minorly interesting depth to it, if you would humor me for, 10 seconds. While the word errant does mean erring or straying from the proper course or standards, it is also used to describe things that wander or travel in search of adventure. This could obviously be parallel to the Knights Errant, figures of chivalric literature that wander in search of quest hooks, side quests, and little caves to get distracted by, basically any Elder Scrolls player. The name obviously labels the Marines as they are, a mobile shock assault unit. Now your immediate reaction would be to assume that the Marines Errant being mostly fleet-based, and you're right, as their intent was to be a wandering chapter. However, they do have a proper building, a fortress monastery known as Villimus. A picture of Villimus is shown in Imperial Armor Volume 2, and while you could make a good argument that it could simply be one of the flying shopping malls the Imperium likes to call a space vessel, it does look pretty buildingy, pretty stationary, like it doesn't fly. Then again, if there was ever a setting where you'd strap a shopping mall to a spaceship, it'd probably be this one. Whatever. Also consider that Huron Blackheart, after the Astral Claws turned into the Red Corsairs, raided Villimus and stole most of the Marines Errant gene seed later in the timeline. It doesn't really make sense if Villimus itself was fleet-based, since most fortress monasteries tend to be the biggest vessel, since they use it as a headquarters, and it feels like it'd be the safest to keep it in a fortified area. But then again, you could fortify it if it was flying. You just station a bunch of ships around it, fuck it. Villimus is what you want it to be. It's the friends we made along the way. Who cares? Unlike many chapters, probably like 97% of chapters, the Marines Errant share a special relationship with a rogue trader house, specifically House Ikael. The true dynamic of this house is unknown to all outside of this relationship, but it's very strange for Marines to have a relationship with a rogue trader at all, much less one so strong, so it does stand out quite a bit. What is known is that the Marines Errant and House Ikael united their resources to explore the extremely dangerous region of the Ultima Segmentum known as the Ghoul Stars for more than 40 years, both in the name of the Imperium and in the name of lining their fat pockets with even more cash. I'm on to you, Marines. You can say it's your Imperial duty or whatever, but those land raiders are looking pretty shiny, The Marines Errant have a very brief stint in Badab compared to other chapters. The Marines Errant entered the Badab War responding to an emergency call from the Firehawks, who had just recently been jumped by the Mantis Warriors. After getting a rundown by the Firehawks, the Marines Errant diverted 6 companies who were just preparing for a journey beyond the known borders of the Imperium to be involved in Badab. And even though the Firehawks rather aggressively called for the Marines Errant to assist in a direct strike on the Mantis Warriors, the Marines Errant kept their cool and saw to securing shipping lanes the secessionists were raiding for supplies, which helped loyalists gain a foothold into the area whenever they arrived. The Marines Errant were playing defensively, although most notably were their conflicts with the Lamenters. See, the Marines Errant and the Lamenters had just recently fought in a war together in the Corinth Crusade, which honestly could be its own video at this point. Not wanting to sully their relationship with one another, the Marines Errant and Lamenters constantly give way to each other throughout the war, which is specifically noted to piss off everyone. Eventually, the Marines Errant suffered heavy losses due to a Mantis Warrior ambush in an event called Bellerophon's Fall. Only when Loyalist reinforcements were formally sent into the area were the Marines Errant relieved of frontline duty, acting as reserves until they were formally withdrawn shortly after. The Marines Errant conversion is a little more blinged out than the others on the list, and by that I mean it's very blinged out. Starting with an Indomitus Terminator, we're going to glue on this fancy set of necklaces. We're also going to trim the buckle off to accommodate for this fancy tabard, which needed trimming on the sides and a little green stuff to fit it under the hip plates and in position. I wanted this Marine to have a power sword, and with the leg pose up on the tactical rock, I wanted to have the Marine hitting a heroic sword pose, like he's swearing an oath of battle onto his blade. To hit the pose though, I had to attach the arm at a weird angle, so a little trim and some green stuff to gap fill was needed. With the body assembled, I attached the pauldrons, cape, this cool knightly helm, and his Tortuga power sword. Add on to that a cool iron halo, and you get a very knightly Space Marine, holding his blade out as he swears to slay his oath of enmity. I think it's a very cool pose, so let's not wait and get some paint on it. Starting with a black primer, we'll start with a base coat of dark red on the underside of the cape, since it's the area that's hardest to reach. In general, if you've got a model like this, the inside of the cape is probably the best place to start. With that done, I then base the white areas with a neutral gray. I wanted to try base coating it with neutral gray here to slightly reduce the contrast between the gaps, if that makes sense. You'll see later when I do the Star Phantoms a comparison between these two colors, and you can decide for yourself which one looks better, but I think for a clean knight like this guy, I think this works better for them. Meanwhile, the Star Phantoms look a little more rugged. You'll see. Also, one benefit of having neutral gray down is that it makes building the layers of white a lot easier than just covering over straight black. As the Marines Errant have an easy vertical split, it's not too hard to get his right hand side painted up before starting to stipple the light gray on with a sponge. After the light gray, I sponged on a pure white mixed with a light gray, then finally the smallest highlight layer of pure white. I think starting from that neutral gray paid off for this model, as it looks a little bit less harsh, and it also works in the sense that we paint our lighter color on before our darker color, in this case, blue. I masked the border of the white and sponged on a dark blue on the left-hand side of the Marine. I then built highlights up with a flat blue. I could have done a highlight layer of a blue with a small bit of white in it, but I guess I didn't for some reason, and honestly I don't remember why, so we're just gonna move on. The red areas got a dry brush treatment of lighter and lighter reds for a very regal looking cape. The tabard was painted tan, and in retrospect it probably should have been red. The tan just kind of stands out. It doesn't not fit, but red probably could have been a little better of a choice there. After painting the metallics, I hit the whole mini with marine juice for definition, wicking away a bit of the wash from the larger flat areas of the white, as they stain a little more easily than the blue. When the mini was dry, I highlighted all the white sections with a pure white, and took a tiny dot of blue into that white to make a very pale sky blue that I used to highlight the blue areas. Cross some T's, dot some I's, and the mini was done. And here we have the finished Marine Errant. Marines Errant? Marine Errants? Never mind. I'm always a sucker for a cool-ass knight, and the Marines Errant Terminator here is a cool-ass knight, so it's pretty easy to imagine how I feel about that. Given their close relationship with House Ikale, Eckle. It also explains why the average Marine is a little more blinged out than Marines from other chapters. Certainly not like the Knights of Gold, but, you know, somewhere comfortably in the middle of that scale. In retrospect, I think it would have looked a little cool with an actual power sword glow, but when I tell you that this project took up almost all of my free time for about 4 months, and that some sort of light that burned within me now burns a little dimmer, just try to understand when I started cutting some corners towards the end of this project. This was my second to last model for the whole batch, and I simply did not have the spiritual willpower to keep going. I was genuinely limping to the finish line, but like I still wanted to try really hard because I want to make Tortuga's stuff look good, and I want to have these, I just want everything to look as best as it can, but like, you know, fuck that at some point. That being said, the Marines Errant was still a success, as the white starting from the neutral gray just looks really good. That might be a technique I experiment on with my own chapter when it comes to there. I imagine we'll have to do a little experimentation whenever we get there, but that's a problem for another day. Let's move on.
And even if the Minotaur did act inappropriately, and I'm not saying it did, the United States cannot be held responsible for its actions because it is a beastly Minotaur and no chains can bind it.
And you know, frankly, I think it's sad that now the words never-ending labyrinth of pain are synonymous with the errors made by one loose cannon Minotaur who, admittedly went too far.
The Minotaurs are known for their mysterious and malicious nature, callously smashing in skulls in the name of a shadowy master. It's done in the name of the Emperor, of course, but is it really? Is it really, guys? Rumors surrounding the chapter imply that the Minotaurs have direct ties to the High Lords of Terra, leading many to think of their erratic nature being the work of some hidden agenda by Terra's supreme authorities. Of course, nothing can be proven, as all records of the Minotaurs' past have been sealed to a degree that the average Inquisitor could never even dream of unsealing, meaning all of this basic info is unknown, which makes writing the script a whole lot easier. Fragments of living Imperial documentation suggest that the Minotaurs were founded as part of the cursed 21st founding. No, they didn't want it to be cursed initially, just happened to get that name down the line, due to the chapters in the batch usually suffering from some crippling genetic defect or awful twist of fate. Let me give you some examples. The Black Dragons have a dysfunctional osmodula that causes them to look like Baraka. The Flame Falcons just sometimes burst into flames. The Lamenters, who have the fate of being the Lamenters, but, you know, we'll get to them. However, the Minotaurs don't seem to suffer from any noticeable gene seed curses and or defects, so they kind of stand out as an oddity amongst the 21st founding. Like many of you, the gene father of the Minotaurs is unknown, but vile rumors spoken in hushed tones suggest that the Minotaur's gene seed isn't of a pure nature. Instead, many gene seeds have been combined into a single gene recipient, just like your mother. However, this is where some IRL lore comes in, as one person claims to know the truth about the Minotaur's gene seed. A man named Edwin Brown, a playtester and writer for the Imperial Armory books, and the man generally responsible for their current depiction, has confirmed that the Minotaurs were originally envisioned to be Iron Warrior descendants, who were allowed to rejoin the Imperium during the Great Scouring, with the current Chimeric Minotaurs being a different chapter altogether, with their records blending together either as Imperial incompetence or maybe a cover of sorts. The biggest caveat to this, though, is that the Minotaurs are put on a very short leash by the High Lords, which explains the Imperium's eagerness to hide their history and why the Inquisition rides their ass so hard, very similar to how I ride your mother. Nevertheless, the Minotaurs in the Imperial Armor books are described as brooding, paranoid, and enjoyers of a good siege assault, while the newer codices describe them as shock assault melee maniacs. This could maybe be accounted for as their vibes progressing over the franchise's history, but the more I think about it, the more I think I prefer the Iron Warriors double chapter angle. Plus the guy who made them said it's true, so like, there's not much to argue about there. Well, okay, he didn't make them, GW did, but he obviously had some kind of non-zero influence on the direction the chapter took. I'm more inclined to believe Mr. Brown, since he was more of a boots-on-the-ground kind of guy than GW probably was with their lore. But I don't know if that's simply because I don't really like the modern Minotaurs, I like this double chapter angle, or if I just hate Games Workshop that much. Like, imagine Kentaro Miura came back from the dead, right? And he said, oh, by the way, Guts' favorite hobby is embroidering, Casca's real name is Denise, and Griffith is really good at DDR. At the same time, Miura's publishers, men with little to no creative contact with the source artwork, said, oh yeah, none of that's true. Like, Miura, you made the thing. That info is straight from the same source that the thing came from, you know? And sure, maybe it's not a push from the faceless suit executives and the higher-ups, you know. It's not like a big conspiracy theory. It's probably just, you know, a team of writers who genuinely like what they're doing. But I don't know. I still like the multi-chapter angle. I like the idea that there are two Minotaurs with one of them hiding in the paperwork of the other, you know? I feel like that's a lot cooler. But hey, that's just me. That's just my opinion. If you like the modern Minotaurs, that's fine. You know, good on you. Some people have to have bad taste to put my good taste in perspective. I'm sorry, this whole section about the Minotaurs is just oddly hostile. Like, I don't know, when I was writing the script, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go all out. This is the Minotaur section. I'm just gonna be a dick. The Minotaurs enter Badab on their own terms, siding with the Loyalist Astartes, but only reporting to the Inquisitional forces in the area, which I imagine surely didn't offend their allies in any way, shape, or form, haha. The Minotaurs, as they still tend to do these days, prefer to operate as a cohesive chapter unit, rarely breaking away to engage in smaller operations. Surely one could send 5 guys to stomp a few cultists, but why bother when you can send 1,000 guys to stomp on billions? It's simple math, so simple a Space Marine player could understand it. While this meant that for the duration of the war, the Minotaurs were basically loosely allied wildcards, they still brought an unprecedented level of brutality to the conflict that was only matched by the Executioners and later outperformed by the Carcharodons. Speaking of the Executioners and Minotaurs were noted to relish in their engagements with one another, like some kind of savage sport. It's odd to imagine the Minotaurs actually having fun with something. Like, yeah, it's still murder, but like, you know, they're sitting there actively having a good time. And I admit, I give the Minotaurs a lot of shit, but it's kind of adorable to think about. When the Minotaurs joined that war effort, the Badab War had been raging on for 4 years. At this point, the Lamenters were basically trying to keep the Galactic South from crumbling apart single-handedly. This is where the Minotaurs hatched a plan that would forever sully their reputation and reinforce their dickish nature. The gene seed of the Lamenters was stored aboard a single vessel, the Mater Lacrimarum, and was being restocked when the Minotaurs fell onto the vessel with their full force, capturing it and holding the future of the Lamenters chapter quite literally in their hands. The Lamenters, understandably, freaked out, and all of their forces in the area rushed to liberate their sperm banks from the hot, tight grip of the big, muscly bulls, but fell straight into their trap. The Minotaurs retaliated on the Lamenters with an unholy strength, slaughtering the ill-prepared chapter in their haste. The Lamenters had been brought low by their fellow Astartes, their numbers now barely hovering over 300 Marines. In the wake of the fighting, the Minotaurs began to loot the subdued Lamenters, stealing previous chapter relics and entire space vessels as they threw the surviving Lamenters into incarceration. This action forever sullied the reputation of the Minotaurs amongst their Astartes allies, seeing them as honorless, compassionless, and most notably remorseless, perfect pawns for the Inquisition to see their dirtiest work through the end. And you know what the worst part of it all was? Even after the Lamenters were cleared for a penitent crusade to clear their name, the Minotaurs didn't even give their shit back. Not even that. They got some of their shit, like, completely destroyed. One of the Lamenters' most well-known ships, the Daughter of Tempests, was the ship used in the evacuation of Slaughterhouse 3, a veritable relic and trusty steed by all metrics. So imagine how pissed the Lamenters were to learn that the Daughter of Tempest was not only stolen, but the Minotaurs got their whip blown up by some Necrons in the Orphean War. Like, dude, what the fuck? This isn't an issue about an empty tank of gas. This body damage will take actual centuries to fix. You better fucking hope our insurance cover this shit, or I swear to God. While there are a lot of good avenues to take Minotaur conversions, I decided that we needed a simply converted Cataphracti to show off the sculpt, mainly because the other ones were a little extra. However, some people may find that disappointing. To see such a popular chapter like the Minotaurs not get as gussied up as the other chapters. To that I say, sorry, I don't even really like the Minotaurs. And yes, I am a Lamenters fan, how could you tell? But really, even though this Minotaur isn't as fancy as the other sculpts, I don't think that necessarily means it looks any less cool. Cataphracti is just kind of inherently the coolest flavor of Terminator, and Tortuga sculpts are just the cherry on top. I'm really not super concerned about one Marine looking a little taller than the other, but the sheer chunkiness of this Cataphracti just looks really cool. I chose to use this Cataphracti pose with his foot up on some discarded tank treads, which, when paired with these arms, makes for a very powerful and imposing shouting pose. This guy is letting out his best Predator 1 yell for sure. The only modification I made to the sculpt was recycling an extra Cataphracti pauldron for some extra hip guards, but other than that, what you see is kind of what you get. For the first base coat, I mixed Screaming Bell with brown for a dark base coat. Again, I don't shoot for 100% coverage on this first base coat. This mini was towards the first of the batch, so I didn't do volumetric highlights like the others, so things are going to be a bit more all-rounded, if that makes sense. Next, I mixed Balthazar Gold with a dot of bright silver, just to bump up that brightness a tiny bit. With the armor done for now, I painted the Tarujas with dark brown. Just as a bit of fun, I wet blended the Tarujas from brown to a bright red. This was done by pushing the paint towards where I want it to collect, then cleaning my brush and feathering it away. Basically the same thing I did with the Tiger Claws. And I'm no expert, but like, I get by, you know, this doesn't look too bad. I took a bone color and edge highlighted all the red areas, like the Tarujas and the Bolters, and painted the silver areas. Again, red bolter, I don't know, I was just in a mood that day, I guess. With the base coats down, I painted marine juice all over to get me that nice contrast between armor panels. Then after the mini dried, I edge highlighted all of the armor with bright silver to make these panels really shine. This really made him look like a proper Minotaur. Almost. We need just one more thing. Verdigris. The original artwork that I'm pulling from out of Imperial Armory features light patches of verdigris, so we'll use this truly ancient pot of Nihilite oxide to match it. I slightly watered it down and applied it to areas where water would naturally pool, cleaning my brush and feathering it out slightly. And with the verdigris dry, dotted some eyes, the Minotaur was done. I'm gonna be honest, when I put a mini on my turntable, I always try to find a little something I like about the faction. There have been very few factions with absolutely nothing that draws me to them, and the Minotaur might just be in the #1 spot. Now don't get me wrong, I do like that little bit of alternate take on the chapter where they might be like Iron Warrior descendants, but I don't really care for them. Like, take out the fact that I like Lamenters, they're okay, you know? And I know some people like are diehard Minotaur fans, and I've seen some really extravagant Minotaur conversions, but this just doesn't personally do anything for me. At the very least, I like how the mini came out. The posing really does suit the chapter, and at the very least, the paint job, I think, looks pretty damn good. Pretty close to what we see in Imperial Armor. Even if the conversion doesn't do anything for you personally, maybe at least you get some kind of tip from the painting section. I don't know. I don't really need to try and sell you on this faction, because there are plenty of people who do this chapter much more justice than I do. Like, they're already popular, you know? I'm just not personally the guy for the job. You don't call me in to try to sell you on the Dark Angels. There are plenty of people out there who like the Dark Angels, you know? I'm the guy that says, hey, look at this weird little dude. Look at this Beep Glorbo, you know? This is why you should like Beep Glorbo, not the Dark Angels. At the very least, I can put this mini on my table here and say, yeah, it's pretty good. We'll move on, you know?
Okay, one more. Let's go. 1, 2, 3!
Excuse us.
Okay,
We're out of here.
Who ordered the, pickles?
Yeah.
Okay, we're back at the Lamenters, and I know I just talked about the Lamenters getting their ass handed to them, but this is a special event, and I'm going to treat myself, so we'll get back to you.
Some say the bugs were provoked by the intrusion of humans into their natural habitat, that a live and let live policy is preferable to war with the bugs.
Let me tell you something. I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say kill them all! Yeah! Oh yeah! Yeah! Oh yeah!
The Novamarines are descendants of the Ultramarines who are just as honored as their progenitors. Don't be impressed by their cool, flashy name, though, as Nova simply means new in Latin, meaning these guys are just the New Marines. Very, very uncreative name, guys. Like, what do you want to call the New Marines? Also, we have 3 seconds to decide. New Marines is a little too on the nose. Let's gussy it up with some non-English equivalent and call it done for the day. Speaking of their founding in general, their chapter master, an Ultramarines captain named Lucretius Corvo, was given the honor to found and lead his own successor chapter after a daring holdout against a word-bearer's siege. What was a hopeless defense on the world of Astagar was dragged out for 6 days, and during their slim window of escape, Corvo and his men managed to blow up a warlord titan on the way out. Now, I'm not one for just handing out successor chapters willy-nilly, but yeah, okay, I guess you earned this one. The newly founded Novamarines were awarded sovereignty over the fortress world of Honorum. Honorum, I hardly know him. And the chapter as a whole took on the personal heraldry of Corvo himself, a quartered bone and blue. While I'm personally not terribly keen on the bone, quartered blue and some degree of white does look really good. I would have just gone more of a pure white, but hey, you do you, Corvo. We all have preferences. Since their raising, the Novamarines have made a name for themselves as honored defenders of the Imperium. While they do have a home world, the Novamarines operate in a wide-reaching fleet across the Ultima Segmentum, making contact with their home world very infrequently. They cast this wide net in an attempt to help anyone in the Segmentum who needs their help, frequently rushing to the aid of Imperial citizens and their brother Astartes alike in any task ranging from stomping on Xenos to grabbing their DoorDash. While they are more willing to take offensive action, they seem to prioritize these more defensive missions, making them sort of the opposite of the Knights of Gold in a spiritual sense. If you call the Novamarines, they'll fight tooth and nail to get you out of a sticky spot, but if you're calling the Knights of Gold, you were marked for death 6 hours ago. The Novamarines have a truly impressive rap sheet due to this eagerness to assist any nearby Imperial force, showing up as an unexpected collab/guest character in many a random wiki page. They are noted for their continued efforts in exterminating all Xeno life forms in their territory, being avid and eager foes of Gene Stealers, Tau, Nids, little dancing alien guys. The Novamarines are even the sole recorded combatants of a race of extinct Xenos called the Lock Roll that inhabited the area around the storm of the Emperor's wrath. The Lock Roll are described as hulking invertebrates that absolutely menaced Imperial colonists in the area. The Novamarines engaged in a systematic xenocide to purge the area of their filth, with Imperial records recording a resounding success in the matter, even keeping a few of lock roll in big jars as pickled prizes. Now, despite what they reported, I like to imagine a small population of lock roll in hiding, mainly because I think it would be cool to model these guys in the future. I kind of imagine something resembling a Dungeons & Dragons Umber Hulk, or a giant beetle guy, or a crab man, but I'd love to hear your ideas. Also, a special note that my Discord server pointed out. According to the Imperial Armory books, the Novamarines are only one of 2 chapters in the modern day who can outfit their entire first company in Terminator armor, the only other one being the Dark Angels. A company of 100 Marines is 100 dudes, so having 100 suits of very rare Terminator armor is extremely impressive. Even more so when the only other people who can make this claim are the First Legion themselves. Our running theory is that they found a stash of lost Terminator armor in a Space Hulk somewhere, or eBay. You find some good things there every once in a while. Not Facebook Marketplace though. I don't even know why I checked that thing anymore. With their anti-Xeno efforts, the Novamarines enjoyed being the favored child of the Death Watch, with many of their brothers selected for an honorable tour of duty, blowing up anything that isn't a regular skin tone. Like a park ranger in their territory, or a serial killer that is stalking you right now as we speak outside of your window, they bring their knowledge of the greater ecosystem to the team, offering valuable insight on the Ultima Segmentum and generally little tricks and tips to put Xenos into the dirt. They seem to have repeated beef against the Tau though, butting heads with them during the Damocles Gulf Crusade, the Lythash Sector Crusade, and the Achilles Crusade, which I did a video on by the way. Practice does make perfect though, so keep working on it guys, you'll have your blue genocide soon enough. And speaking of perfection, the Novamarines have had the honor of spawning their own successors, a rarity of successor chapters as a whole. These were the Dark Sons, effective but arrogant little assholes who I've covered as part of said Achilles Crusade video. The distinction of a successor chapter founding its own chapter is a rarity though, which is why it speaks more to the Novamarines' quality and not the Dark Sons. It's important to be distinct there, since if you lay any of that credit at the Dark Sons' feet, their heads would balloon to ridiculously unseen levels of smugness, and we don't need their heads to pop, guys. I didn't expect this section to be so long, so let's just get into Badab. The Novamarines entered the Badab War at the same time as the Howling Griffons and the Sons of Medusa, immediately putting up the bulk of resistance against the Executioners. Carib Cullen was quick to redeploy the Novamarines, using their strength as a widespread, fast-responding defensive unit to guard and patrol key areas of space, such as important space lanes and key outposts. However, the Novamarines soon withdrew from the war, having only fought in the Badab sector for 2 years before the threat of an impending Orc Wa demanded that they left the conflict in favor of swatting those pesky greenskins off their porch. While serving a vital defensive role during their brief time in the war, from what we know of the Novamarines, I'm pretty sure they were just eager to blow up some Xenos over babysitting humans. I can't really blame them though. Were I given the opportunity to either fight in a space war and or have intimate relationships with a race of hot space babes, I'd probably jump at that chance. Meanwhile, I would rather triple backflip into the Saw 2 needle pit than babysit someone's kid for any duration longer than 30 seconds. Genuinely couldn't pay. Alright, let me not lie. You could pay me to do a lot of things, but that's probably not one of them. The babysitting, not the backflip. I do that. Today's Novamarine is going to be a little blinged out, including a cape, necklace, and the batch's only big plasma gun. We're starting from an Indominus Terminator, and it was generally pretty straightforward. Apparently, it was so much of a straightforward construction as I didn't film much of it for some reason. But there's one thing I wanted to note. The Novamarine symbol is a radiating halo design, and I turned it into a bit of a motif found around the armor. The necklace has the same design, and the iron halo was chosen for basically the same reason. This plasma gun coincidentally had half a halo on it, which was not my intention, but it did work out very well. While these can be subtle tells as to what chapter this Terminator belongs to, I think the paint will do that much more easily, so let's just go ahead and do that. The illustrious Novamarines are quartered bone and blue. This could be defined in heraldic terms, but bone is not a standard tincture, so we'll just call it quartered bone and blue. I base coat the bone areas, that being the Marine's right side on the upper half and the left leg / crotch area, with a dark brown. I mix bone with brown for a kind of like light chocolatey brown. I don't know what, it's kind of chocolatey, but like chocolate brown's usually like a darker brown, right? I don't know what to call that. You know what it is. Whatever. Fuck it. The next step is to put the actual bone color on, and I even tried glazing some of this bone over each of the colors to kind of unify them a little bit. I'm not really sure how well it worked, but it didn't actively detract, so I just kind of kept going. I laid masking tape onto the edges where the colors would meet to protect the bone color, and started sponging on blue. This went on almost exactly like the other blues we've been painting, pretty much basically the Marines Errant, like one for one. I painted these minis back to back, so I literally just grabbed that paint. But yeah, we'll hold off on edge highlighting very quickly to knock out the metallics. It was at this point I was worried that the Novamarine would look too similar to the Marines Errant from a distance. Then, while probing the Imperial Armor book for ideas, I realized that I can just copy this sergeant and just give him a red helmet, like in the reference. He did it here, so I do it here. Problem solved. Or solved enough, at least. And I can work with that. Next, the armor got its dose of full-strength marine juice to tint that bone into a nice brownie bone and blend the sponging all together. With the wash dry, we can finally move into those edge highlights. A bright blue mix on the blue areas, just like the Marines Errant, and a pure white on the bone panels. If the bone color ended up a little darker, I'd probably use a light tan, but since mine is pretty vibrant, pure white sticks out a little bit more. The final step here was some poor man's plasma glow. I took the same green that I used for the eyes and wet blended them into the plasma coils, cleaning my brush and wicking it away from the center where the plasma would be the hottest. It's nothing fancy. I'm not really good at plasma coils anyways, if that makes sense. So I'm just glad to have something that's decent. So let's get to the final shots. I personally think the Novamarine turned out really well. I expected some sponge painting with a quartered scheme to be harder, but really it's not that much more work. I really like the edge highlighting on this one as well. A very vivid red and blue. And I realize it might be a little bit better to spread this over multiple minis, but I do like the spiky circle halo motif. Like, you probably wouldn't dogpile them all onto one Marine, or maybe you would, I don't know, preference? I don't know. It's just kind of an example of what you could do. I think the bone benefited from a brown base coat rather than starting from black. It just gives it a little different something, you know? It's just a nice shade of bone overall. I'm glad it came out as it did. And finally, I forgot about decals this entire project, and I suddenly remembered one like towards the end, so I threw one onto the tilt shield. I have a lot of decals building up, so I really need to remember to use them down the line. But yeah, I think the Novamarines came out really well. Let's move on to the Raptors. In the grim darkness of the fucked up future, the majority of Space Marines operate with something that can be only described as loosely tactical, especially if your idea of tactical is busting through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man. While their overall efficacy is certainly unquestioned, the actual methodology is, as you Zoomers say, a little weird. Questionable battle tactics like heroic last stands and suicide charges are but one of many ways a Marine chapter may seek to gain and or preserve their chapter's honor. But the Raptors are a breath of fresh air, bringing a level-headed and reasonable outlook to a culture that is, to be frank, mentally unsound. The Raptors are Raven Guard successors who are rumored to be direct descendants of Raven Guard recruits who were fortunate enough to survive the infamous drop site massacre in the ancient days of the Horus Heresy. They are known for their army green power armor, although in Rogue Trader they did sport a very silly blue and yellow color scheme that I kind of just think about a lot for some reason. Unlike many other chapters, this will actually change, as the Raptors were one of the few chapters known for their use of camouflage. For example, they utilized desert camo in the Sanka Angelus campaign against the Orcs, and winter camo during the Egamamon Revolt? Yeah, I got that right. Their early history has been lost due to losing their original homeworld in the time around the 4th and 5th Black Crusades, but they've since resettled on the world with a really cool name called Terrangast, although its location is a closely guarded secret. This general reclusion and secrecy sees to the Raptors butting heads with their Astartes co-workers, but their general worth ethic is what truly sours that relation. As previously mentioned, many Space Marine chapters hold their honor as paramount, with actual results coming in second place on their priorities. The Raptors, however, value pragmatism and results over such trivialities as honor, and due to this, they operate in a more efficient and sensible methodology than most chapters. The Raptors favor ranged combat, flexibility, and individuality, meaning a Raptor will usually take the most reasonable route to achieve their goals with something as dumb as honor, not really getting in the way of the real goal, which is protecting mankind. They are not above stealth, in fact they're quite good at it, as killing a prized target behind enemy lines is much more efficient and reasonable than sending a dozen dudes to die on the front lines. Their hit-and-run style of fighting sees to them fielding many Phobos units these days, utilizing stealth to achieve goals faster and with less resources. They actually hold a very important position on the opposite side of the scale of the Space Marine reasonability scale, allowing you to peg a chapter's vibe by simply thinking, how psychotic is this group of Marines on a scale of the Raptors to the Black Templar? And I guess Chaos. But if you're getting that side of the gauge, please contact your local Inquisitor. While many chapters boast their honors, the Raptors have quietly earned a reputation for their deadly efficacy since their inception in the Second Founding. The Raptors' 5th Company formed the backbone of a blockade stationed at the world of Origo, supported by other chapters. While the purpose was unclear, they stood vigil over the planet for 10 years, long enough for the Imperium to win the greater war in the system. However, when the blockade had rescinded, the Raptors found everyone on the planet had just vanished? Like, you just kind of misplaced a couple 100 million people? Naturally, this would cause some stir, and an investigation was quickly launched by the Ordo Xenos. The Raptors watched from the sidelines as the Imperium were determined to learn the truth about what happened on the planet. But when the Inquisition started vanishing, everyone kind of looked at each other and said, let's let sleeping dogs lie. Good job everyone, let's pack it up. Another campaign of note was the Taros campaign, conducted on the planet of Taros. Real creative name, guys. The planet of Taros was important to the operations of the nearby forge world Styges 8, and the planet's governor had opened trade routes with the nearby Tau. Whoa, calm down, Novamarines, calm down. Eventually, this planetary governor sought to defect to the Tau Empire, plunging the planet into war. After a failed assassination attempt by the Avenging Sons, due to Tau reinforcements and Imperial inefficiency, the Raptors saw to vanguard invasion efforts after a year's delay. Due to their particular set of skills and the help of the Imperial Navy bombarding the planet, the Raptors were successful in early efforts to map out defenses and disabling the planet's major missile silos. This laid very important groundwork for Imperial forces to make uncontested planetfall, allowing for a mixed force of Imperial Guard regiments to begin the invasion. The majority of this force consisted of the Tal'Aran Desert Raiders, Cadians, Death Corps of Krieg, Elysian Drop Troops, and the Brimlock Dragoons. These days, the Raptors are taking part in the Octarius War and Indomitus Crusade, with special mention of making strong anti-Tau efforts in their 5th sphere of expansion. This was a story told in the novel Elemental Council, but on top of it being a book, it is also a Tau book, so you know I'm doubly not reading that shit. I personally struggle to read books I'm actually interested in, so a book I'm not interested in? Sorry, outlook isn't very favorable there, and there's no book report due on it, so tough. As the fighting continued in the early days of Badab, inquisitorial legates assembled more loyalist forces to relieve the Firehawks and Marines Errant from frontline duty. This force was made of parts of the Raptors and Salamanders, the entire Fire Angels chapter, and led by the Red Scorpions. The Raptors used their skill set for many stealth attacks and recon missions for the Loyalist front. Their efforts saw to many victories early in the war, with Gangretha III and Cerngrod cited as particularly distinguishing for the Raptors. Towards the end of the war, an Orc Wa in the Ultima segmentum saw to the Raptors pulling out of the war to fight this rising threat alongside the Novamarines and the Howling Griffons. Some say this is secretly due to the Raptors not being trusted enough to finish off the secessionists for good, but this claim can't actually be cited anywhere. However, if you look at who they chose to reinforce, the reclusive and kind of dickish Sons of Medusa and the Exorcists, you sort of get those vibes, you know? Then you look at some of the chapters who stayed to the very end, like the Space Sharks and the Minotaurs, and you're like, yeah, that's totally the reason. Raptors, we appreciate you doing some sneaky spy bullshit, but we're redeploying you. We need actual fucking psychopaths right now. I'd give you a badge of honor, but you probably don't want it, so have fun fighting orcs. Bye! The Raptors conversion here takes the spot for simplest conversion for Indomitus Marines. While it was mainly an attempt to give more flavor to the other non-Raptor chapters, the Raptors are just a popular chapter, okay? Like, for some reason, and honestly, I wasn't feeling very inspired. Kind of like the Minotaurs. If you want some better Raptor conversions, you'd probably go check out, like, Pete the Wargamer. That's like his main army. And I don't really give a shit about tactical Marines. I don't want my Marines to be rational, if that makes sense. Like, it's supposed to be dumb. This whole setting is supposed to be dumb. You can't take it too seriously. And I don't know, I know the main thing, the easiest thing to do for Raptors is to just put on some pouches. But I struggled to rationalize strapping a bunch of pouches to a guy with lightsaber fingers. Like, he would be unable to reach his shit without putting down his gun. But my Discord did make a pretty good point, and I'll give them this. Terminators are walking tanks with personal force fields, which, funnily enough, make for a great spot to keep extra supplies. If a nearby battle brother is low on something, they can pop over to their Terminator friend and scoop up something under force field cover and get back to it. It kind of leans Raptor Terminators into more of a support role, and I kind of like that idea. Quite a bit, actually. It made sense for what I was doing. I didn't really hate the idea, so I did acquiesce and put on some pouches. Kitbashing Raptors, not something I'm super eager to do, but I can paint the shit out of a Raptor. Although I don't have an army green. No worries though, as I learned in my Trench Crusade video on the Ire Rangers, that you can get a really nice army green with acrylics by mixing yellow and black. Yeah, yellow and black, I would have never known. And it saves me from having to buy a dedicated paint that's just going to sit in my drawer and take up more space. I use more black than yellow in my first mix to get my base coat. Then use a mix with more even color ratios to sponge my first highlight layer on. From there, it's more yellow than black, then one last layer with mostly yellow and a dot of black as I hit the final sponge highlight. We'll go ahead and finish this off by mixing some light tan into that last highlight and edge highlighting everything, leaving us with a nice, crisp army green. I realized my Trench Crusade project was my first attempt at it, but I really wish my green ended up looking more like this, if that makes sense. I did oil wash it, but, you know, not this, the Trench Crusade, whatever. You guys get it. I really like the black helmet on the reference Marine that I was using. So after rebase coating the helmet black, I dry brushed it with a neutral gray. I then moved to knocking out the metallics on the eye scope, the weapons, and the chests, all over, you know. I mixed yellow and light gray to base coat a stripe on his helmet, and this will let a nice coat of yellow cover much more easily, leaving us with a really cool helmet stripe. And with that stripe done and all the metallics completed as well, we washed the model with pure marine juice for our panel definition, paint the eyes and lenses, and call it donezo. Really, it was a really fast paint job. I don't know if I don't want to say I'm getting better. Like, I know it's not bad to just say, hey, I'm practicing a lot of things, I'm getting fast and efficient at it. I don't know, it feels weird, oddly boastful. Like, I painted a Marine super fast, you know. What was I talking about? I wasn't too eager to convert the Raptors initially. I think if I was doing a normal Marine, I could have indulged in a little more tactical, you know, like some netting, some extra pouches, scopes, and whatnot. But I really couldn't rationalize it for the Terminators. It still worked to my advantage to be able to show off these sculpts as they come mostly out of the box, and my Discord did make a good point about them being more on the supporty side, but, like, I don't know, man. Why would you put a bunch of pouches on the Terminator for his own stuff, you know? Like, I know they have to reload somehow, but, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about this too hard. I don't care. Whatever. Fuck it. Now, I did enjoy painting this model quite a bit. Ever since I learned the army green trick, I get really giddy whenever I get to talk about it. I was a bit concerned about putting red, yellow, and blue onto this model, but having that desaturated yellowy green to act as a nice base for it all, it makes everything look pretty agreeable with each other, actually. This is a nice little scheme. Overall, I'm pretty happy with it. Maybe more than I feel like I should be, but, you know, simple's good sometimes. Also, I forgot that I broke the cable off the backside of the left arm and forgot to replace it. I even drilled a little hole in everything. Whoops.
Did that happen in the movie? Did that happen in any of the movies? Did Darth Vader say to Luke, I am your father, and I am also a fucking scorpion?
If you had bought anything on Forge World in the last 15 years, you're probably already familiar with Red Scorpions at a glance. The Red Scorpions, alongside the Death Corps of Krieg, and some random little Dark AdMech models, were basically the poster children of Forge World exclusive factions. Basically, if you wanted anything related to Badab directly, you were ordering it from Forge World. The Red Scorpions hail from the world of Zabius Minoris, a dry feral world in the Segmentum Tempestus. The chapter apothecaries, seen as gods to the primitive natives, take newborn boys and screen their genetic purity during the full moon. Those who suffice are immediately taken into the chapter's custody, while the failures are returned to live in the wild. I imagine it's hard to fight the reflex to punt unworthy babies into the 300 Spartan dead baby disposal pit, but if you dump every baby, you're not going to have more down the line. So you gotta kind of show a little restraint. It's like overfishing the pond, you know? The Red Scorpions are successors of a closely guarded origin, meaning that their lineage is unknown to everyone but themselves. They're very picky about who gets to touch their gene seed, or as I like to call it these days, the gene sperm. Actually, a big core part of their identity revolves around their gene seed in general. It's very generic, but very, very pure gene sperm. Despite an overactive Belcher's gland, the gene seed has no distinguishing features of any genetic lineage. However, due to the purity of this gene seed, the Red Scorpions see it fit to hold their purity over others, as if simply having the better Ancestry.com results makes for a better Marine somehow. Maybe it's just my rabid mutt genes, but it's kind of a weird thing to be proud of. Like, hey, we're the most pure nothing burger with a side of acidic drool, but hey, go off, queen. Also, if they are so unwilling to let anyone touch their gene sperm to see if it's, you know, as pure as they say, they really could just be lying for the fuck of it. You know that kid at lunch who was like, oh yeah, they're adding Agumon to Smash Brothers Brawl, it's true, my dad works at Nintendo, but like never proves it in any way? Yeah, that's basically them. And bonus points if he tries to play it off like he never said it. Fuck you, Jacob, no one liked you. The Red Scorpions are one of the more popular chapters in the Badab theater, and as such have gotten a lot of love in various stories over the years. They've been involved in many major conflicts, each one seemingly having its own interesting little tidbit. The Red Scorpions saw a double deployment to Vrax in different stages of meltdown, killing heretics in the Second Aegisine Crusade, or the time the entire chapter just simply got misplaced in the Ordon Crusade. But don't worry, they popped up 300 years later without much of a fuss. Another notable one is during the Siege of Helios, which was a manufacturing planet on the receiving end of the Green Tide thanks to Wa Grimgut. Most of the artillery in the city had been destroyed by adorable little bomb squigs, leaving the Imperial forces without artillery and fire support. The local the local Archmagos, boasted to the Red Scorpions that he had received a vision. In this acid trip of a vision, he saw that strapping the spare whirlwind launchers onto the Red Scorpions' land raiders would prove to be most effective against hordes of squigs, and honestly, I kind of agree. An unplugged missile launcher is simply a missile launcher that is not killing people, so by welding them to a big tank that transports murder fridges, it can fulfill its life purpose. I may be biased, I love missiles, the more the merrier. In Mech Warrior, I drift towards missile boats because pressing one button and seeing a stream of 60 missiles fly out is absolutely intoxicating. With their newly swagged out land raiders, the Red Scorpions made quick work against the hordes of exploding little bastards, turning the tide of the war, and helping the Imperium send these green-skinned bastards back to the depths of space hell. From then on, the Red Scorpions would always come to the aid of Helios, naming their new tank variant the Land Raider Helios, as thanks to the ingenuity of their new crackpot Archmagos ally. The Red Scorpions entered the Badab War in response to Lufthuron's refusal to stand down. 5 Space Marine chapters were actively working to kill each other at this point in time, 3 Successionists, the Firehawks, and the Marines Errant. The Imperium had dispatched the Salamanders, the Fire Angels, and the Raptors, and to lead these chapters were 5 companies of the Red Scorpions, with their first company leading the Loyalist Warfront under the command of the famous Carab Cullen. Carab Cullen came to lead the chapter after the infamous betrayal at Grief, a hostage swap gone wrong that saw to their previous chapter master being killed in an ambush. Carab Cullen coordinated the Loyalist war efforts alongside the Inquisitional agents in the sector. As his chapter were a prickly sort who didn't really care to warm up to their Astartes brothers, the Red Scorpions stuck mostly to space combat, reinforcing large planetary assaults where needed, and generally trying to keep to themselves. A fun fact that I couldn't fit anywhere in the script is that Carab Cullen thinks camouflage is for pussies, so he hates his scout companies. Not really relevant to anything, but it's just funny. The Red Scorpions would stay in the war until its conclusion on Badab Primaris, primarily keeping the naval battles the whole way through. After the conclusion of the Badab War, the Red Scorpions continued to find themselves embroiled in many a random conflict, including the Third War for Armageddon and the Octarius War. During the Indomitus Crusade, Carab Cullen had actually found himself on the receiving end of an ass-whooping of legendary proportions on the Forge world of Sarum, which is actually where the first Obliterator was created via demonic possession, for your tiny little 40k trivia brains. Anyways, Carab Cullen's dying body was recovered by the chapter, who were successful in hooking Carab Cullen up to a very sweet-looking Leviathan dreadnought. He has now passed leadership to Kasan Sabius and Siri Karagon. Man, I expected to struggle with those more. 2 captains acting as leaders of the chapter now that Carib has been transferred to his new position of extremely angry construction equipment that occasionally spits out fortune cookie tidbits. In my mind, the Red Scorpions are inseparable to Mark IV armor and Tartaros pattern Terminators, so we'll be going with Tartaros here today. This was a fairly straightforward build, as I felt the Red Scorpions don't really accessorize much. I looked around at official sources and other people's army, and nothing really stood out to me. I did add some purity seals at least, since I felt like it would contrast nicely with their dark armor. I also added a simple necklace and an iron halo. It's nothing fancy, but it's still solid. For painting, I started with a dark gray on black primer, then sponged on a neutral gray as the next highlight layer. I like the white helmet of my reference picture, so I sponged on a light gray, then touched up the pauldrons with a pure black. From there, I pivoted to the metallics, knocking out all the silver and gold areas, and then I made kind of a big blunder. I used a pure black wash over the gray, which made the model look a little weird for some reason. I couldn't figure it out until I sat down in editing, but it was way too dark to be a neutral gray. Not thinning the wash even caused a little bit of amateurish splotchiness across the flat panels as well. Plus, it's like the pure black wash just kind of smashed out any depth caused by the highlighting. I think my mind was focused on getting a nice, not dark gray, but like somewhere between like a neutrally dark gray, you know? But I ended up just fucking it up. And in retrospect, I feel really dumb about it. Like, look at it. No shit, dude. What, you can't figure this out? After that, my dumbass just went along and started edge highlighting with neutral gray. Also, I put this neutral gray over areas that would be yellow to help give my yellow paint better coverage over this dark gray, which is basically pure black at this point. I made sure to fill out my purity seal forms and wait for a response in 3 to 5 business days. Then did some targeted recess shading with a brown wash. The yellow areas were highlighted with a light tan. I did some bright silver highlights on some metallic parts and called it done. And here we have the finished Red Scorpion. I know the Red Scorpions because the symbol is a scorpion and red, but I always felt like these guys should have had a little more red on them, like red accessories maybe. Anyways, this mini is, well, not to be harsh, but this is probably the one I'm the most disappointed in. I think with the highlights it looks pretty close to a dark gray and a black on the shoulder pads, but man, I cannot get over how splotchy everything looks here in editing. It looks like I kind of just lazily murdered it with a speed paint and just moved on. Which, like, you know, hey, cool, that works for you, but like that's not what I'm trying to go for here. I'm trying to paint everything to a very high standard, and like a 20-second stabbing with speed paint is not the intended effect. Like, I don't use a lot of speed paint in general, and especially on Marines, to kind of avoid this exact issue, but I just walked straight into it. Still, there are some good things. The silvers look really good, purity seals are solid, and the yellow came out pretty well too. Maybe it's not that bad, but it's a good example of how going in blind on a project and walking away from it will give you some fresh new perspective. Either way, the minis are done, so we'll just have to do better down the road.
I look like a fucking mage. I have some dried prune miggy piss. I spread it on the hammer. It sparkles in the air when I hit something.
So it's all fake?
No, it's not fake. It's an enchantment. It boosts the confidence of the warrior, and confidence brings results.
Ah, the Salamanders, one of the most popular legions in the fandom. And for that, we will be brief, as I know that there is a large chunk of you Salamanders fans that may be disappointed, but let's be honest, there's plenty of content out there for you guys. Me covering them is a drop in the bucket, or a drop in the hot crucible, to be appropriate. You know the end of Terminator 2? That's me. He's literally me. So I'll give a few sentences on their origins and see if we can dredge up any interesting tidbits about them. The Salamanders hail from a volcanic hellhole known as Nocturne. The moon of Prometheus orbits chaotically, causing the planet to crack and break continuously with widespread volcanic activity and tectonic shifting. On top of being accustomed to living in, for lack of a better word, hell, massive amounts of radiation cause the skin of most life on the surface, including humans, to become dark, almost like obsidian. The Salamanders are the 18th Space Marine Legion. They are named after large lizards native to the planet that breathe fire. You could say drakes or dragon, but without wings, less Smaug, more Glaurung. When the Primarchs were scattered to the winds, Vulcan ended up here, coming to have his skin irradiated over the years, now sporting that signature salamander black. Vulcan united the planetary tribes under a single banner after dick-slapping the Dark Eldar, who were frequent raiders to the planet. To celebrate the dick-slapping, they held a tournament, but a stranger arrived to compete. While many doubted his abilities, Vulcan and the stranger competed evenly over 8 days. The final event was a drake hunt, and Vulcan accidentally slipped off of a cliff, holding on with one hand and holding his trophy in the other. The stranger arrived holding an even bigger drake, think Encalagon to Vulcan's Smaug. Well, maybe quite a bit smaller than Encalagon, but it's still bigger than Vulcan's trophy. The stranger used Diet Encalagon as a bridge across the lava to rescue Vulcan, leaving his prize in the lava to burn away. Being the only one with a fallen quarry, Vulcan was declared the winner, but he swore to serve the stranger for his nobility in saving lives over earning glory. It was then that his identity was revealed. The Emperor, oh my god. Vulcan was given a legion of Marines known as the Dragon Warriors, who were renamed the Salamanders in his honor, with future Marines recruited from Nocturne's hellish backwaters. And by backwaters, yes, I do mean lava. But honestly, put yourself in your shoes. You are on some godforsaken hot rock being irradiated to shit and back, and someone says, hey, do you want to get dick slapped by the Dark Elves, or would you rather, leave? Dude, recruit me ASAP. Get me the fuck out of here. The Salamanders went on to serve in the Great Crusade honorably, siding with Loyalists during the Horus Heresy, and continuing their service into the modern day, where they are one of the most venerated and popular chapters. As previously stated, there is no shortage of Salamanders content. Subreddits, discords, short stories about that one time they fought ancient spider bots of the KKK in Agartha's boiler room. Things that just everybody seemed to know about, so let's not retread ground. During the Badab War, the Second Company of Salamanders were noted for interfering in conflicts as a neutral party, as they had gone to war both with the Firehawks and the Astral Claws. Only when the Inquisition provided irrefutable proof of the Astral Claws' heresy did they join the Loyalist suppression efforts. The Salamanders had an unexpectedly large role in turning the Executioners away from the secessionist war efforts, although if you asked any Salamander involved, they would say the price was too great. While the Executioners were running rogue, the Sons of Medusa and Carcharodons began to coordinate to disarm the unstable element. The unstable element in question being a bunch of really pissed off Executioners. During a space battle where the Executioners were trying to shoot down the Sons of Medusa, Captain Mir San, who had been present at the Red Hour we talked about way earlier, interposed his ship between the two parties and called for a parley. All three chapters met on the Salamander's ship, being neutral ground, with the Carcharodons watching the situation from the darkness of space and ready to pounce just in case. Mir San, looking to repay their debts to the Executioner, managed to throw around a little tenure and managed to convince Carib Culm to accept the Executioner's surrender. With this, the Executioners had withdrawn from the war, with the Salamanders guaranteeing them safe passage back to their homeworld to safely wait for Imperial trials and nurse their relationship back into the green. Thulsa Cain and his personal guard were instead escorted to Nocturne till the war ended, where they were kept and, shockingly, didn't burn to a crisp, given that their holding cell was probably 6 feet from Mount fucking Doom. For today's Salamander conversion, they will also be employing the use of Tartaros pattern armor. Now I will be attaching some Indomitus pattern arms to it, mainly because I didn't want to be greedy and ask for 2 sets of Thunderhammer arms and only end up using like 2. Speaking of, we'll be attaching a Thunderhammer arm, by the way, as Salamanders are very big on their forge, hammer, anvil aesthetic, you know. I make sure to slot the head in before the chest piece goes in and attach his heraldry. Although there's a small issue I want to point out that nobody will really give a shit about, except me. Most of the time, heraldic charges face dexter as most people are right-handed, meaning the charge painted onto a shield faces forward as is proper. That means a few chapters with non-symmetrical charges I've made, such as the Salamanders and the Red Scorpions, are both facing backwards, technically, which can be seen as cowardly and improper. It's an entirely minor note and unrelated to the fact that I have shaved the surface of this shield clean and attached a cape. I did make a Salamander Sergeant for a friend's kill team where I made the same mistake, so it's just funny to see the same minor mistake on the same chapter twice, and it's not going to keep me up tonight. Nope, no sir, not one bit. I wanted to spruce up the planar left pauldron with some dragon scales. I've done this a few times on things like the Black Dragon's conversion for the Shattered Legions, or my Elden Ring character, so I'm getting kind of good at it. I place small balls of green stuff onto the pauldron with a small dot of superglue, then use some shapers to make a rounded rectangle, with the middle of the pauldron getting bigger scales that get smaller towards the edges. Before they cured completely, I gave the pieces that were big enough some texture with some pokes from a rounded shaper, and yeah, ain't nothing to it but to do it. It takes a little while, it's a little time intensive, but it's not super hard to actually do. Just put on something to watch, like your favorite anime titty streamer, and do it till it's done. Now I know you guys are expecting some cool Badab War camo here, but to break it to you, I went with the standard Salamanders colors. I was really torn with doing it since I love Rogue Trader camo, but as my reference was straight from Imperial armor, I went with their regular green. Normally I would just do whatever the fuck I want. That's kind of the whole point of this whole channel. But having Badab War camo from Rogue Trader on one Marine, while the rest pull from sources found in Imperial armor, would make that Marine kind of stand out a little to me. And like, yeah, don't get me wrong, I painted the Astral Claws wrong. Everything is some degree of just fucking wrong. But just let me try, you know. So yes, just know that you may be disappointed, but I am devastated. There is no one more qualified to be my hater than myself, and I'm getting shockingly efficient at it. From a black primer, I mix green and black to make a nice foresty green base coat. We have a lot of green in this video, so I tried to make sure each green looked a bit different from one another. The next coat was pure ethereal green. I then edge highlighted the armor with bone mixed with a dot of that same green. Although I think I didn't put enough green into that mix, it's a little bony, but we'll live. To help offset it a little, I washed the armor with a diluted green wash to pull all those colors together slightly, and I think it benefited from that. I dry brushed all the black areas with a neutral gray, including the scales and the cape. Note that I made the cape black because a Marine's power pack is normally black, which is on the back, and the cape is on the back, so I wanted to keep that color design consistent. Then I painted on all the metallics. However, before painting the shield, I realized it would be better to go ahead and start my idea with the shield, which was a molten lava design. Starting from a light gray to help the next colors cover, I wet blended an orange to yellow gradient, with the yellow being in the center to show the heat of the design. My plan here was to use crackle paste on top of this, so I masked off the edges of the shield to prepare the surrounding area from not getting too messy. For this, I'm using this bottle of Morden Earth I accidentally shoplifted years ago, don't ask, and there are two important notes for it that I did off camera because I was working in the bathroom. Number one, apply a layer of Mod Podge before the texture paste goes on. It helps give it a little bit more grip and produces a more consistent and better looking cracks. And number two, I used a hair dryer to both coerce it to dry faster and also produce more cracks. Even after fucking it up and repainting the whole thing twice, I still think it came out pretty good, methinks. You can get a different variation and levels of cracking based on how fast it dries, how there's a whole little art to using crackle paste, and I don't do it a lot. But definitely experiment with it. There are certainly different levels of this that you could use for your own designs. With the lava design done, I could peel off the tape and finish off the border of the shield and the metallics in general. I applied a brown wash to the metallics, brightened them back up just a little bit, dotted the I's, and called it done. The Salamander came out very nicely. I wish the crackle paste on the shield made for a few larger cracks, but like I said, I don't really work with crackle paste a lot, so I didn't quite know the technique to it. But the consistently small cracks over the whole thing also looks really good. You don't really need crackle paste to do this. You could just freehand black flecks over the lava, but I'm glad I tried it. Plus, if you're doing this for an army, it'd be a lot faster for bulk work, you know? I considered trying a power weapon effect on the hammer, but opted out of it simply to save time. Plus, I thought with the big, intricate shield design, I didn't want to pull away from it with a power weapon effect. I also considered like some flames on the armor, like freehanding. But again, I wanted the shield to be the star of the show, so everything else was kind of kept as is to let that shield really catch the eye. Overall, it's a solid-ass mini, even though I am apparently cursed to never get the Salamander's heraldry correct ever. Maybe one day I'll cave and make a Badab War camo for Salamanders just to paint it, but I will make a note to get the heraldry backwards there as well, just to be consistent.
No, you fool, we're following orders. We were told to comb the desert, so we're combing it. Found anything yet? Nothing yet, sir. How about you?
Not a thing, sir.
What about you guys? We ain't found shit.
What if I told you very plainly that the Sons of Medusa are Iron Hand's successors? You'd probably believe me, right? I'm not trying to, trick you or anything. They are Iron Hand's successors. Now, what if I told you the same thing, but also played a reverse audio track in the background of me telling you that everyone you know and love will die and the Amazon warehouse priests on Mars are going to go postal and implode? That is kind of the Sons of Medusa's backstory, but let me be a little more specific. While the Sons of Medusa are indeed descendants of said hands that are made of iron, there was no formal founding. It all stems from the Moray Schism, which itself is an event within the Nova Terra Interregnum in the 25th millennia, which, like I said, would probably be a really good video topic at this point, but I digress. See, back then, tech priests on the Forge world of Moray, which, yes, I both misspelled and misspoke as Moria because I am slowly losing my mind to Tolkien brain rot, were receiving subliminal messages in signals from the Astronomicon. You know, that giant psychic lighthouse that's powered by the dying body of the Emperor, sucking on 100 dead psychers a day that literally allows humanity to warp travel safely at all? Yeah, apparently that one. And at some point it came with hidden messages in it saying everything you know and love is going to be swallowed up in a reality-ending eclipse. While this could generally be considered not PG-13 entertainment, the Moray tech priest recorded the messages into a single book, which quickly gained popularity in Mechanicus circles and incited a fucking war. As the Iron Hands have close ties with the Mechanicum, it was only natural that their chapter would be split between traditional values and the new Moray prophecies. The Moray radicals within the Iron Hands attempted a coup to hold the Gene Sperm hostage. I'm sorry I keep saying Gene Sperm, it's just funny. In an attempt to force compliance amongst the chapter to these new prophecies. It was only when the Iron Hand clans realized that the Inquisition would have no problem just nuking all of them did the clans come to a compromise of simply exiling the radicals, which totaled to about 1/3 of the Iron Hand's population. These that is a hard word. These exiles began to take in other believers from any other Iron Hands clans, growing to the size of a full chapter before they even realized what was going on. Hilariously, it is noted that the Red Talons, who I have covered in the past, did not exile anybody during the schism. They just fucking murdered them. I love those bastards. The high... Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna come back to this recording in 5 minutes. I need a drink or something. I'm just completely bungling this. The High Lords examined their actions during the Moire Schism and, for some reason, concluded that they were loyal at the end of the day. After all, those messages of doom did technically come from the Astronomicon, so I see their logic? Question mark? The Moirian exiles were rechristened with a new name and new heraldry, becoming the Sons of Medusa. Armed with new swag, they took into the heavens, using space stations in the Talus system to act as a home port for their otherwise fleet-based chapter. The Sons of Medusa are very similar in their behavior to their parent chapter. They do the whole flesh is weak, friends with Admech, yada yada thing, but they are noted to have more of a knack for augury. Their adherence to the Moirian prophecy may have refined their abilities in that aspect, and they put it to good use as this chapter crusades quite frequently. There is the obvious involvement in the Nova Terra Interregnum and Badab, after all they are in the Badab video. In Badab, they fought alongside the Loyalists, although they hilariously soured relations with the Exorcists due to their half-assed effort to support them while hiding their efforts to search for archaeotech. They said, "Oh yeah, we'll be there in just a second," then broke out their metal detectors and kept looking for shiny coins. They were involved in the War of Beasts and the Noctman Rift War later in the timeline. The Belrath Crusade in particular was an imperial attempt to liberate the Lana Rifts in the Segmentum Pacificus in the 38th millennia. The Sons of Medusa were noted to engage with a new xeno-species called the Helgramites. The Helgramites were a heretical human empire, noted to be degenerate, although that is unknown if that physical descriptor ends there, or if that extends to things like their search history. The Helgramites were based in the Wormgeyer system, and repelled Imperial forces using their biomechanical abominations. The Sons were instrumental in ending this conflict, as the Wormgeyer system was full of etheric fire, and using their mastery of artifice reinforced their vessels. With new defenses, the Sons of Medusa pierced the perimeter of Helgramite space in a blitzkrieg attack, beheading High Command and their fire shapers, allowing the Imperium to move in and conquer the Lana Rifts, which are a tame but still very, very dangerous area of space to this day. The attack on Wormgeyer is noted to have entered local mythos, earning the Sons of Medusa the title of Emerald Death. Sometime after Belrath, the Sons of Medusa found themselves involved in the invasion of the Stygius sector. Tzeentch, noted to be jealous of Nurgle's newly acquired area in the Scourge Stars, chose the Stygius sector as an invasion point due to the Astronomicons having trouble getting a signal in the area. Imperial forces crumbled quickly in the system, with the only known holdout being the hive world of Mordia. Imperial forces began retreating from the sector, with Craftworld Ulthwave randomly showing up to help form a rearguard against forces of chaos, as a prophecy doomed the entire sector. However, according to the 8th edition Space Marine Codex, the Sons of Medusa really didn't give two shits, and they just jumped in anyways. The Sons teamed up with the Iron Hands, Brazen Claws, Iron Lords, Skillet Skulls, Fire Lords, and thousands of Mordian Iron Guard, which became known as the Iron Crusade. With a holy alliance running on the spite of their co-workers, the Marines made planetfall to find the Night Lords terrorizing the Mordians, and opened a jumbo-sized can of whoop-ass on the Night Lords. With this, they were able to hold out until Imperial forces managed to get their thumb out of their asses, turn around, and actually, reinforce the damn planet. The Iron Crusade successfully held out on Mordia, even going so far as to form the core of a new strike force that would push deep into Chaos territory. The Iron Council later determined Ulthwave's prophecy to be self-fulfilling, and chose to just generally ignore Eldar from now on, casting doubt as to which faction was correct in the fate of the Stygius sector. Nevertheless, that conflict continues to this day, So not only will the correct answer remain unknown, it probably doesn't matter anyways. The Sons of Medusa build will consist of a gussied up Indominus Terminator, and by gussied up I mean using a few printed parts. These consist of a mechanical arm attached to a welding gun thing, and a big conversion beamer. Don't really know how common those are, but I thought it just looked cool. Before that though, I had to hit my cybernetic prosthetic quota for a video, and I lopped off his entire left leg. Bro had it rough. I break out my stash of polystyrene bits, assembling a collection of junk offcuts and various rod shapes and sizes. With this, I began to assemble a little robo-foot, taking into account how the prosthetic would move and bend and rotate. For the cabling of the leg, I used some of this wound wire from Zinj Industries. It's a lot easier to bend than guitar string, making it simple to add some cabling detail in the robo leg, which was encased by the offcut of the leg that I had hollowed out to basically slot over the prosthetic leg. Eventually, I did decide that I didn't really like the robo foot. Instead, I wanted a 4 toes kind of foot like you see on Imperial Knights. This was easy enough to replace, and eventually I had a leg. It was posed a bit strangely though, so I cut it off and adjusted the angle slightly by trimming the plate that I attached to the side of the crotch. It's not ideal, but it's much better than what it was. I made a small modification to the storm shield by cutting in notches on the border. I felt that it gave a good Tech Marine vibe, although it did take a while to notch out and cut everything, and I still ended up having some pieces break off. Not really sure if that was worth it, but I feel like any little thing to kind of push it to that Iron Hands identity, you know? I attached the conversion beamer to the top of the Terminator and replaced the right hand with that little welder thingy, and had a very techy looking Terminator, if I do say so myself. As I stated previously, I wanted all the greens for each chapter to look slightly different, so I started with sponging on ethereal green. However, for highlights, I mixed this green with light tan, which I feel pushes the highlight more towards this lightly pale green you see in some of the references. The green was finally highlighted with bone, overall making for just a really pleasing green in my opinion. Like it's not minty, it's like a warm mint, if that makes sense. I don't know what I'm talking about, don't take me seriously. The Sons of Medusa have white helmets, so I base coated the head in light gray. After that, the metallics came in. I truly cannot stomach this section of projects anymore. I really am like this close to just rolling it into the boring shit section. With the base coats done, we washed the whole mini with marine juice. Then, after it dries, we edge highlighted the helmet with a pure white. The eye lenses were given yellow, and some of the other scopes and stuff were given red lenses. Then, as a final step, I gave the metals a dry brush with a bright silver, packed it up, stuck a label on it, and shipped it out. So here's the finished Sons of Medusa Marine. And I know a bit more went into the conversion, but my favorite part of this is definitely the paint job. I really, really like this shade of green. I don't know what to currently call it, but I'll look it up later with like a color picker. It's nice. It's pleasing, you know. This green pleasures me. One thing that this Marine made me realize is that the Iron Hands has some shockingly colorful successors. The Sons of Ferrus Manus really know how to dress when they're not, like, installing Linux onto their femurs. Speaking of femurs, I think the leg came out pretty well. It didn't really... it was kind of like medium length in terms of work, although it would have been smarter to plan the pose out, so the little leg sticky outy pose here was a little less awkward. I do like the robo hand as well. Initially, I had planned for it to be on another servo arm on the back, but I thought it was getting a little busy up there, so yeah, I just cut his hand off. It's not really war gear consistent, but, you know, who really gives a shit, you know? Also, yellow is a nice highlight color for these guys' eyes. While I do believe that my favorite Iron Hands is always and forever will be the Iron Lords, as I am a die-hard adherent of the Big Red Pants cult, I'd say that I like the Sons of Medusa. Maybe not as much as the Red Talons, but they're alright by me.
The forlorn hope of dead men, the hour their names are called. First up the wall of the breach, first to die, blown apart by mine or cannon.
But it is glorious, is it not? And of use. But some don't die. If it is not of use, then why is it done?
Somebody has to be first.
The Star Phantoms are a very secretive chapter established as part of the 23rd Founding, the Sentinel Founding, alongside the Imperial Harbingers. Other sources also include the Marines Errant, Celestial Lions, and Steel Cobras in that founding. Regardless, the 23rd Founding's purpose was to shore up the defenses in vulnerable areas. It's funny, since the chapter is known for an overwhelming offense in the late stages of the Badab War, leaving 2 companies to assist in the space battle above Badab Primaris, while the remaining 7 companies that could fight formed the bulkhead of first wave attackers on Lufthuron's Palace of Thorns. That was a long sentence. The Star Phantom's uniform is all white with a gold aquila, black markings, and black cloth, although the armor is specified to be an ash white in the Imperial Armory books. Yeah, okay. They hail from the mausoleum world known as Hakkanoth, but Hakkanoth had quite an interesting event occur to it, as described in Imperial Armor Volume 10. During the 40th millennia, so way before Badab, the Star Phantoms were recalled due to an orc invasion on their planet. They fought off orcs for 60 days until several warp rifts opened up, revealing that the orcs had been fleeing from a massive migration of Xenos known as the Hrud. The Hrud are an obscure humanoid species of Xenos who emit entropic fields that warp space and time in an area around them. They could honestly be their own video, and they will be one day. They've been on the list for quite a while now. But for now, just know that their passive effects on time and space in the area around them was shaking Hakkanoth to its core, causing huge earthquakes that began to destroy the planet. The chapter master of the Phantoms at the time, Omadon Teresius, quickly recognized how far up Shit Creek they were and ordered a full-scale evacuation of the planet. The Star Phantoms barely escaped with 300 survivors themselves, with Teresius described as being blinded by a rogue time eddy. I know eddy is an oceanography term for a circular ripple, so he was blinded by a time distortion, but I do admit I have that urge to play the Subalua from Ed, Edd n Eddy, so I think I will. After Badab's conclusion, the Star Phantoms eventually resettled on the ice moon of Jaga, having been one of the few chapters in Imperial history to survive a mass Hrud incursion, much to their delight, I'm sure. The Star Phantoms also saw to themselves being embroiled in the chaos of the Macarian heresy. The Macarian heresy began as the Macarian Crusade, led by the Lord Commander Solar Macarius. Taking place in the Segmentum Pacificus, the Macarian Crusade holds the distinction as one of the most successful crusades in Imperial history, bringing nearly 1,000 worlds into Imperial rule. Macarius would eventually die of jungle fever, not that kind. But this was a cover-up by the Inquisition. The real cause of death was a wound from a Nurgle traitor general. After a 7-year crusade, the newly conquered areas would erupt into what would be the 70-year-long Macarian heresy, as his generals now tried to claim those areas of space for themselves. Some were rebels, some were corrupted by chaos. Hell, even some of the involved Space Marine chapters would come to blows over petty disputes and allegiances. During one of these Astartes pattern slap fights, the Star Phantoms fight and actually almost wipe out the Marines Malevolent, but the fighting concludes just short of the extinction event. Honestly, you might have been doing everybody a favor there, but I digress. While the Star Phantoms were divided between loyalists and rebels during the heresy, the Inquisition would eventually clear the Star Phantoms of actually falling to chaos, verifying their purity and loyalty. I imagine that'd piss off the Marines Malevolent, but they're the Marines Malevolent, so I imagine nobody gives 2 shits. The quick pardon is interesting though, since the Star Phantom's involvement in Badab is called forth by one Legate Inquisitor Frayne. It's speculated that the Star Phantoms committed so hard to the Badab War effort to settle an old debt between them and the Inquisition, but that's purely speculation. I like to imagine they went so hard on Badab so they would be pardoned when they eventually curb stomped the Marines Malevolent, just because they wanted to. And honestly, that's smart thinking. That's called investing in your future. Now, from all my research, the Star Phantoms don't really have a visual identity that really makes them stand out outside of standard Space Marine adornments. But I wanted to propose one for all of you today. The Star Phantoms are currently based on the ice world of Jaga. So, what if we push towards a Space Wolfy aesthetic, but like no wolves and Viking shit? The Space Wolves dress warm on Fenris, so like take the warm pelts and wilderness aesthetic and then just not get wolfy with it, you know? Like full winter gear, basically. We're gonna go light with it for now, mainly because I printed a really cool necklace of like fangs and claws, and then I broke it. I assembled a Mark V Marine and had initially attached a tabard bit to the front. However, I wanted to try a pelt for that wintry vibe I was talking about, so I snapped it off. I put a piece of post-it note and stiffened it up with super glue. I was then able to use that stiff paper with a little backer of poster tack as a solid base to quickly sculpt a fur pelt. There are much better ways to sculpt fur pelts, but this is one I've been using as it's a great balance between speed and ease, as some of those fur methods are a little tricky and I'm still not good at them. I kind of fucking suck at it, just saying. I take my pointy nippers here and pinch and pull little triangles out of the green stuff. Then, before it cured, I took the buckle and the ornament from the 3D printed tabard, trimmed off the cloth, and smushed it into the pelt, which I think makes for both a more on-theme addition and a nice chance to recycle a bit I had simply planned on throwing away. For the painting step, we'll start by sponging on a light gray. This is a pretty drastic coat from a black primer, but as I wanted to make this white a bit different from, say, the Marines Errant, you can be the judge on if it worked out. Next, I mixed light gray and pure white, then a layer of pure white. It's the same stuff we've been doing. It's not groundbreaking. While I started painting the bolter red, I also looked at the Power Fist and thought, you know, I don't think we have hazard stripes in this batch. And so I base coated the top of the fist with yellow. Then for some reason I finished the bolter. I don't, like, why not just finish the bolter and then do the fist, and then, or just do the fist and then come back to the bolter? Why am I jumping between these? I don't, whatever, Past John, whatever. For the stripes, I definitely could use some masking tape, but at heart, I really am just kind of a go for it kind of girl. I used some Gundam panel lining markers I bought about a decade ago that still haven't dyed, and mapped out my stripes. With them outlined, I could then come back in and fill it in with black paint. Is it nice and crisp? Enough. Are they evenly spaced? Sorta. But is it good enough? For me? Yeah, sure. After dry brushing the pelt with neutral gray, we fill in the rest of the metallics before moving on to the wash. For this, I use diluted marine juice, as my stronger concentrate of marine juice would have tinted the surface too much. As I wash the Mini, I still try to wick off larger surfaces to reduce how much the wash tints the color. After the wash dried, it was just a matter of edge highlighting everything, such as pure white over the armor, bone on the bolter and Power Fist, a few slaps of silver on some places, and calling it done. The Star Phantoms are pretty cool, actually. While some chapters may have some arguably interesting influence on the wider Badab War, the Star Phantoms basically taking point on the final invasion really cements them on the Badab badassery scale. I feel the paint job works out well enough here, as a suit of white armor can only be so white when you're huffing it in the winter wilderness. I really do think there's some special sauce with pushing towards the non-Viking side of the Space Wolf aesthetic which also opens up a lot of bits for you to potentially pillage, as this mini with like a pelt over the shoulder or a necklace of fangs that I didn't fucking break would look pretty sweet. And like I said, everybody and their fucking mother makes Space Wolf bits, so you are replete with options. And that's the end of the... Alright. We've put it off long enough. Let's do the Lamenters.
You will be flogged. And when we put into Cuba to resupply, God willing, you will be flogged some more. And then enslaved on the sugar plantations for the rest of your miserable lives. To the brig.
All right. Cuba.
Finally, after being bullied by everyone, including myself, we come to the Lamenters in dead last. As mentioned before, the Lamenters are fleet-based Blood Angel successors, the only vampire spawn in this conflict. The Lamenters are esteemed alumni of the infamous Cursed founding, alongside the extra crispy Firehawks and the Minotaurs, making all that business in Badab between the two chapters sting just a little bit more, or make it slightly funnier, depends on your viewpoint. Knowing that, you're probably thinking, okay, red thirst, so they drink blood, black rage, so they suffer sanguineous flashbacks, easy enough, it's like all the other Blood Angels, whatever. But you'd be wrong. In fact, one of the biggest quirks of the Lamenters is that the red thirst, the signature gene seed flaw that makes them very thirsty for the old AB positive, is strangely absent, much to the confusion of literally everyone involved. Like, no one has any fucking clue what's going on. The Black Rage, the other part of the gene seed defect that makes the Marines hallucinate to the days of the Horus Heresy, does still manifest in times of high stress. So like, all the time for these guys. But their bloodlust is seemingly gone. Well, the lust for blood, not the blood. You get it. Anyways, the Lamenters are known for their genetic curse of horrendously bad luck and ill fortune, with a heavy sprinkle of melancholy and depression on top of that. Since their conception, the Lamenters have always been kind of on the back foot, having been close to extinction so many times, I imagine it's all a bit mundane to them now. Any leniency the setting affords them is not a simple matter of reprieve or reward, but simply a way for the suffering to continue in the long run. That small minor victory that the Lamenters might have somewhere along the line is simply a way to bring them up slightly in order to put them back down again. I've always had a soft spot for the Lamenters, mainly because they stick out in the Blood Angels crowd in more ways than one, and I like their kind of non-consensual relationship with abysmal luck. It always reminds me of Escaflowne, where one of the baddies surgically modifies his twin catgirl henchmen with artificial fortune blood, which basically gives them an aura that causes everything around them to spontaneously fail or miss. Yes, I am once again bringing up Escaflowne, and yes, once again, I am insisting that you watch this anime. It is one of the best. You ever seem to notice that I can't seem to make one of these long-form videos without mentioning some kind of old anime that nobody gives a fuck about anymore? Or Sharp? Despite their catastrophic bad luck, the Lamenters are of a noble spirit, risking extinction time and time again in the effort to protect innocent civilians. Many of their non-Badab exploits center on their humanity shining brightly in the face of overwhelming doom. For example, the relief of Corellia, where the Lamenters were aiding in the defense against the Black Legion. The Mortifactors, being a superstitious bunch, knew of the Lamenters' ill reputation and simply abandoned them to defend against chaos on their own. That's a real dick move, not gonna lie, and based on the fact that they had to defend the area for 6 weeks, yeah, I'd be pretty pissed, honestly. Were it not for the Ultramarines and the White Scars coming to relieve the Lamenters, the Lamenters and everybody around there would have probably just ended up dead. So, thanks Mortifactors, you dickheads. There was also the infamous liberation of Slaughterhouse 3, of which I'm sure the name may give you some insight on how this story ends. This story is the peak of Lamenters lore. Like, if you put it in a juicer and kind of condensed it into like one big vibe, this would be it. It's the perfect summation of this entire chapter. Slaughterhouse 3 was an orc mining world stuffed with millions of human slaves that was adjacent to the Imperium's effort in the Corinth Crusade. It was key in the orc war efforts, but not quite on the main path to divert a big force to it. Knowing the strategic importance of the planet, and more importantly knowing how many innocent people were there to save, the Lamenters petitioned Marneus Calgar to divert their chapter to Slaughterhouse 3. Being busy with the other shitstorm, Marneus Calgar agreed. However, he could afford them no backup on this mission, meaning the Lamenters were flying solo and had to raw dog this planet with like 300 dudes. Put a bolter in my hand, I think I could raw dog 300 dudes too. The Lamenters quickly made planetfall and actually succeeded in freeing the human populace with ease, much to the shock of everyone involved. But quickly ran into an issue. See, there were about 300 Lamenters and about, let's see, carry one, count the guys in the back, like 3 million fucking prisoners. In short, there were simply too many prisoners to evacuate with their numbers. They quite literally didn't have a place to put these people. The Lamenters formed a defensive line as Tech Marines desperately tried to get some of the orc POSs operational. However, it became very apparent that the ratio of prisoners to Astartes was simply too great. As orc reinforcements mounted greater and greater attacks, the prisoners asked the bruised and battered Lamenters to retreat, thankful that anyone had shown up to make an effort at all. The Lamenters' hands were forced to give the majority of the prisoners the Emperor's peace and let them rest in the Earth's embrace, which is just a nice flowery way of saying that 2.99 million people were left behind as hundreds of seismic charges were detonated. The Lamenters retreated with about 1/10 of their prisoners, mainly women and children, with their battle brothers worn down to less than 100 as Slaughterhouse 3 exploded. The Lamenters were given high praise for a perfect assault on a key planet in the Orcs' war efforts, causing rival Orc leaders to squabble over the system's wealth. However, the price they paid for this victory was too great, having been forced to step on the ashes of millions in the process. Their victory was sour and hollow, and when Calgar presented them an iron halo for the chapter, in recognition of their efforts, they refused it, causing all present at the ceremony to further grow suspicious of the ill-fated chapter. And that's the Lamenters at their core. They try their hardest, yet millions of innocent people die, and when they get home, everybody fucking hates them anyways. Truly one of the best official chapters. In terms of Badab, the Lamenters were shockingly healthy before the outbreak of the war, flourishing under Luft-Huron's initiative of hoarding resources for themselves. Due to this, the Lamenters were a huge bulwark on the front lines of the war due to their formidable fleet. Luft-Huron was careful to only deploy the Lamenters at military efforts in fear of losing their support if asked to explode another planet of civilians. They worked well in the dynamic of the secessionist forces, providing frontline offense across the system, while Astral Claws worked well in defensive operations, and the Mantis Warriors focused on guerrilla raids and diversionary tactics. However, war wears down even the mightiest of Marines, and while they were resupplying, the full weight of the Minotaurs fell onto their head. The surviving Lamenters were all imprisoned for the rest of the war, while their 2 battle barges, the Mater Lacrimarum and the Daughter of Tempests, were stolen by the Minotaurs. While that does blow pretty hard for the Lamenters, I am minorly entertained that their 2 flagships had a mother-daughter theme going on. They're also noted to have a strike cruiser named the Mater Suspiria, so I think the Lamenters are just kind of MILF enjoyers. But then again, who isn't? This is our star navy. We named them after MILFs and Oyakodon. When I become YouTube famous and I become super rich, I'm going to have a fleet of cars and I shall name all of them after fetishes. In the name of Sanguinius. The Lamenter conversion is not exactly the awesome bombastic way to end the video off, but I still think it's really good. We'll be assembling the last Mark V Terminator I have in a menacing walking pose. I know I've done cool walking poses before, hell, I did one or two earlier in this very video, but I cannot help myself, it's just too cool. Something about a guy with 5,000 pounds of metal on him walking at you with only the clank of metal and a faceless stare is just so badass. With the body being a solid base to work off of, the extra flavor will come from this head swap and ornamental pauldron. As for the chapter badge, I'll be using a pauldron that was sculpted for me with raised panels. I've done the Lamenter freehand before, but hey, this was made like this without me asking, and I can't say no to such generosity. I was fully prepared to just emotionally hurt myself, but he saved me, so thank you. I did end up attaching a tattered cape to this mini, but before painting, I realized that I kind of liked it without a cape more. The fact that I dropped it and broke it definitely helped me make that decision as well. I dropped a lot of models. Like the Howling Griffons, the majority of the model will be painted with yellow speed paint over pink. This was actually my first attempt at the entire process, as you can see by these test spots. Unlike the Howling Griffon, I primed this mini in white, meaning that I could skip a coat of pink and gray mixed together for coverage, meaning I only needed 2 coats of pink. Priming white is definitely the way to go with a color like yellow, although to be even faster, you could simply spray on pink with an airbrush or rattle can and go from there. The downside is that you're going to have a can of pink spray paint laying around, so unless you're like playing Dark Eldar or making a lot of Imperial Fists, it's probably just going to go to waste. With the pink base coat down, I sponged on pure white to prep for that yellow speed paint. I did do some light glazing of white on some spots to get a really nice punchy yellow, although 1, it wasn't really worth it, and 2, you'll see in a minute that we did not in fact need any help to make this yellow bright, as it completely fucking flashbangs me in about 2 minutes. While I already had Bad Moon Yellow from Games Workshop, it was a more pale, greeny, cold yellow, so I picked up some Imperial Fist contrast. This was totally the move, as this paint is a warmer yellow and makes some of the brightest yellow I've ever seen in my entire life. While I'm a bit careful here due to inexperience, I did end up missing a few micro spots of pink, so my advice is to still watch for excess pooling as usual, but get a beater brush and then just fuck up the mini. Just smash it into every little deep area you can get, then worry about pooling. With the yellow base coat done, I take a second to throw in some bony highlights on top of it to really crank the brightness up on this armor. With those bony tan highlights done, I now move on to the boring details, like the pauldron, the gun, the chain fist, and all that. I'm going to start calling this section the boring shit section, which is just going to be like tubes, joints, metallics, you know. Like, I'll talk about the armor, and then like special details, and then I'm just going to say, and then do all the boring shit, and then just jump cut to when it's all done. With the boring shit done, I edge highlighted all the armor with pure white, making for some disturbingly loud yellow armor. All that was left was to wash this with diluted marine juice so that the yellow wasn't darkened down too much, painted the plasma gun, well, combi plas really, and released me from this nightmare of a video project. While it's always fun to pick on the Lamenters, I'd comfortably classify them as one of my more favorite quote-unquote popular chapters. It's always fun to see genuinely good people at heart get shit on for daring to be nice, and that's just not a grimdark 40k thing. I'm just a little malicious demon. I love how the yellow came out, and I really enjoy the results of this in general. Even my combi plas was just kind of bare bones, and it still came out looking pretty good. My only gripe is with my technique. I was not as thorough as I should have been with the yellow contrast. At certain angles, you can really see these little pink spots that I just missed, but hey, this was my first time doing it. You gotta get your practice in somewhere. I also just really enjoy red weaponry for Lamenters. Just looks really good. I know I I know I've been on a kick for the red bolters in this video, but like, yeah, it just looks really good. So there we go, friends. We are finally at the end of the Badab War. Honestly, it's kind of strange being here, as this was basically a full-time job on top of my new full-time job. 14 to 16 hour work days in total were not, that was kind of the norm. My days would be wake up, go to work, and I get an hour for lunch, so that's a 9-hour work day. Come home, and then it'd be like at least 6 hours of editing. And I gotta say, I'm very eager to get my life back after this. I have to admit that if I was just kind of doing this in a vacuum, I would not have been so eager and determined to finish it. But knowing that I had an audience that really wanted to see this, combined with my patrons who were, you know, cheering me on the whole way, it was definitely more like I broke along the way, but everyone else was pushing me forward, and like this kind of ragged, limp corpse hit the finish line. So it was kind of like a community effort. You know, I genuinely could not have done it without you guys, my patrons, my Discord people, Discordians, my little guys. I had put off a new patron read for a very long time, as I wanted them to be in a bigger, more substantial video. Projects like my Flesh Terrors video were very blatantly holdover videos, and I didn't want these people to be featured in what was essentially a throwaway video. That's not quite a throwaway, you know what I mean. So if you guys don't mind, I'd like to say thank you to all of my new patrons. It's fucking hot in here. Why is it always so hot in here? So I'd like to say thank you to all my new patrons here. Johan Davidson, Israel Rosa, Unit 4545, Seb Doomer Legend 25, Pans the Dolphin 56, Safety Dude, safety first, I respect that, Naked Hobgoblin, my kind of hobgoblin, Elijah Struve, Pedro Chevroni, is it? My first instinct is to say Chevroni, but oh fuck, I'm sorry, I'm gonna fuck this up. Franciscus? There's probably a special way to pronounce that S, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't know it. Chad the Frog. Nice simple name. I like that one. JJ. Even simpler. Awesome. Jacob Farias, Trippy Imp. Kurt Delamater. Keaton, that I know in real life, so I'm not going to say his last name because I don't think he'd appreciate me doxing him. Mr. Big Meaty. Dingo D. Daniel Mercator, is it? I've seen this name before, but I've never seen it like said out loud. But I'm not going to Google it either. I think it's funnier that way. Samedi B. Lewis, or no. It's Louis Grandmont. Right? DeRugger, Tyler Thompson, and Christian Niederer. The only bad part about patron reads is that you guys get to see that I don't know how to fucking pronounce anything that isn't like a straight American word. Thank you to all of my new patrons. Thank you to all of my old patrons. And welcome to any incoming patrons. You guys are quite literally the lifeblood of this channel. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten through being unemployed. I definitely would have started, you know, tricking myself out at some point. So thank you for keeping a little harlot like me off the streets until I could get a job. What am I saying? But yeah, now that Badab is done, I'm eager to kind of get my life back. I haven't painted a mini or built a mini since finishing this batch, and that was a while ago, and there's been a couple months of editing in there. So it's genuinely been like at least a month where I haven't built a model. I haven't really played any new games either. I played Beyond the Citadel. That's a really good game. And Morta just came out recently, and I'm eager to play more of it because I played the demo and I really liked it. Just a really good year for little indie FPSs here. I put off exploring Final Fantasy XI more, that I kind of just purchased on a whim. And it took me 2 hours to get that game running, so I kind of want to I want to get my money's worth out of that. And I also want to pick up Monster Hunter Dose again. That is probably like my biggest Monster Hunter related achievement that I need to do. I've beaten mostly every other Monster Hunter game besides, well, I mean, I beat Monster Hunter 1 back in the day, but I didn't beat Monster Hunter G, which was the Japan only G rank port, blah, blah, blah. So basically there's like 2 games I haven't beaten. And Dose is widely considered to be one of the hardest games in the series. And I can agree, that shit is brutal. Oh, I gotta play the new Mech Warrior DLC, assuming that my mod list works. But yeah, I'm really glad to be on the other side of such a demanding project. Like I said, I don't think that I'll ever do a video this long in a big chunk ever again. Maybe I'll stick with the format that I did with the Pentarchy, where there are one faction or one bunch of models per little video, and then assemble them into one mega video. But I say this as earnestly as possible. I cannot do another 4-hour video like this. If I wasn't working, sure, no problem. But I'm working full time on top of doing this. I can't do this. I basically put my life on hold to get this video made. As you can tell, the channel uploads completely stopped. My wrists are killing me. I neglected my personal life heavily, including basic bodily needs. My girlfriend was certainly not happy with me being glued to the computer a little more than usual. And it turns out I don't have a healthy work ethic at all. If I want to do something, I will commit everything to doing it, with everything else be damned. I also just figured out there's some parts of the modeling process that I just don't care about. Like the boring stuff section I keep mentioning, I don't care. You know, nobody cares about painting armor joints or pouches and whatnot. So it's definitely made me look at how I present videos. Going forward, my videos are probably gonna be slightly different. Less of the boring shit. I might try to do a little more varied presentation. It'll still be the same. Like, this series will still be the same at its core. It'll have a little bit of a facelift. But yeah, I'm gonna take a couple days break. You figured something like this would have burned me out, but it only burned me out on editing. On the modeling side, dude, I'm fired up. The good thing about doing this project for so long is that in the process, I got like 7 different video ideas, and I want to do all of them right now. Like, as soon as I'm done, dude, I'm ready to hit the ground running. Like, I'm very eager to get back into not making Lord of the Rings movies. But yeah, give me a couple days to remember how to be a human being again, and yeah, I'll get on it. Once again, I wanted to say thank you to Tortuga Bay for sponsoring this project. I hope that we can work together again someday. I'd like to say thank you for Chumi for this awesome art. I know I forgot to mention it earlier, but the Executioner dual-wielding axes, that's my favorite part. Also, thank you to our unnamed sculptor for providing the pauldrons you saw today. It feels weird to credit somebody that you can't name, but they know who they are. Thank you. But yeah, it's strange being on the other side of this project now. So I don't really know how to wrap it up properly. But at the very least, thank you for watching. All my links are down below if you'd like to hang out in Discord, support the channel. I'm kind of just bumbling now. So yeah, thank you. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Take care.